loved ones please come inside and take their seats? Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, one and all, and welcome to the Strategic Dialogue Symposium here at Reichman University. This conference is being dedicated to the emerging reality after the war with iron swords has ended, its impact and the possibility of them bolstering Israel's strength internally and externally, internationally. This is a very short and focused day, and it's therefore very important to make sure that we are in line with the schedule. So please cooperate in that respect. 2 housekeeping notices. We are broadcast live on the IPS website, and the recordings will also be uploaded later. And in case of a missile siren, please carefully come to this door here, go outside, and there we will have a sheltered area. That's where we go to. To begin this day, let us invite Professor Uriel Reichman, founding president and chairperson of the board of directors at Reichman University. Professor Reichman, the floor is yours. Good morning and hello everyone. It is very rare for me to stress before I start speaking. With Amos Gilad there is a schedule to abide by. I was given 15 minutes and I can never just speak for 15 minutes. So I was given 2 more minutes, just extra time. So altogether, let's go through a quick journey around this thesis that I would like to present to you. We are facing the danger of a dictatorship, of a non-democratic regime. We've talked about this. We are going toward a halachic country, a halachic state. And I would like to take you on a short journey in this area of the growth of Zionism. In the 18th century, at the end of the 18th century, there was the French Revolution, the era of enlightenment, a liberal world, a world that talks about equality between citizens, about liberty, freedom from religion, feudal systems, and all of these things appear at that time. At the same time, there's emancipation, and the emancipation is basically recognizing the fact that Jews can go into the establishment, can be equal citizens with equal rights in different societies. And immediately it begins in 1891 in the discussion about Jews in France, and it was said by someone who's very well known, Clément Toumet, that Jews are being accepted as individuals but not as a group, as a nation. And what happened is that following this openness that happens, it began a little bit in the United States with the First Amendment, and it's also taking place in other countries around Europe. And many Jews leave, get out of their ghettos, and begin to get into the national infrastructures, the national organizations that were opened up to them. And this entrance into the establishment came with great momentum. It really changes the state of affairs, the state of the Jews in Europe. The great concern, as indeed took place, that Jews, in terms of the Haredi, the ultra-Orthodox world, will leave religion once they come out of the ghettos, and some actually go to different countries altogether. Some join national groups. One group talked about other issues, and at the same time, there was a group that said, we are staying within this new framework that was formed, and we are Jews. That is the main point, and that is what I wanted to clarify. Now, what happened was that the response of the ultra-Orthodox, the Haredi, is very clear. The Khatam Sofer says there's nothing new that was not written in the Torah. The ultra-Orthodox world was formed in a certain way. Now, those that emerged from this framework came and said, okay, there can be Jews, we can be Jews, but we don't have to listen to everything the rabbis say. So those who engaged in this are two people that I want to make note of here. Of course, Pinsker, who I will talk about in a moment, and Achad Ha'am. And what happened is that the main thesis that is now going to accompany us throughout this presentation is that there is a reason to distinguish between the state and religion. Because at the time, in Israel, in the Bible times, religion was something people counted, but at the same time, there was a national prospect, there's a national perception. We are religious Jews, and the religion is one thing. We are national Jews, and you can be religious at the same time, but you can also be a national Jew that is not religious, that does not abide by the rabbinical decrees, but you do believe in the religion, believe in the history, in the culture, in the tradition. This is the distinction, and this is a dramatic distinction that took place following the emancipation. Now, what they have analyzed and explained is that religion, as it developed, created a situation where it includes nationalism, but there's also the religionization of the national situation. We can give many examples. The Hebrew language, for instance, which was a daily language in biblical times, becomes a holy language that is only reserved for rituals and prayers and so on. At the same time, there was also the very famous story of Hanukkah, where in order for the religious decree, we talk about the oil that was only supposed to last for 1 day but lasted 8 days. Apparently this whole story was made up in Babylonia 600 years after the actual events took place, and there are endless examples of religionizing nationalism. Now, these people said, and the thesis that existed in the Jewish people for a very long time was expressed and manifest by Saadia Gaon, who said, our nation is only a nation by its Torah, by its holy scriptures, which means it's all inclusive. And so the national aspect became ideal rather than reality, and this is happening. And this is what this group that was being formed goes against this. Now, what happened at that time is that the Jews go into the establishment, the national institutions of their countries, and they go into banking, they go into the stock exchange, they go into law and medicine and big international businesses, international commerce and trade, which leads to phenomena. First of all, it begins with Jews that combine their heritage and their culture with the openness brought on by the French Revolution, and towards the middle of the 19th century, a wave of anti-Semitism begins. The Jews become too successful every time there is a big financial problem, like in France in 1870, after the French are defeated by the Prussians. There is an economic crisis, and the Jews are immediately blamed for all the financial problems, and that happens again with the crisis of the collapse of the French initiative with the Panama Channel. A lot was invested in that, and that happened towards the end of the century, and again there is great anti-Semitism surrounding that. And because of this fascinating situation that on the one hand the Jews maintain their religion, remain religious without being held hostage by the rabbis and their decrees, and they distinguish between the state and their religion, and they are very impacted by the emancipation. On the other hand, at the same time, they understand and they realize, as Herzl did at the time, that this is not for them. This is not for them. There is anti-Semitism. Jews cannot be here. And then happens the very famous part, or very well-known part, of this one main person that we have forgotten about a little bit, which is Pinsker. And he said the Jewish people are like a ghost. They don't have a territory, they don't have an identity, and even when they are no longer alive, they remain as a ghost among the living. The Jewish state and its destruction has impacted political thought, but the loss of spiritualism that followed it has created greater danger. During persecution, the Jews were not able to renew their nationalism, and they wanted sovereignty and liberty, but they do no longer. And what is this group saying? It is high time that we renew this movement, and we have no chance of doing that unless we go back to wanting to be nationalist. And what also brings this and accentuates this is the 1880 and 1881 riots, and also 1884 Katowice committee that Pinsker heads, and is being joined by even some rabbis that participated in this convention. And a new perception comes out, which means there's no hope for the Jewish people except returning to the land of Israel. And this mission should be taken up by all Jews, religious and non-religious, and this is what must happen. And this is how Zionism begins, how they start to work in various countries to fundraise, to contact Rothschild, who starts his investments in the land of Israel, and the new reality is created. And into that, in 1891, Pinsker passes away, and he was really the main spirit behind this. We don't want to elaborate about him, but we should read about him. And then he is followed by Herzl, and he has already gone through this process. He wanted to be implemented, to be incorporated and integrated into the society. And when he covers the trial in France, and following what happened there in Vienna, where they had an anti-Semitic mayor, again, I can't go into this too much because of what Amos has told me, how long I have to speak. But then Herzl comes, and he starts off the ideas that began with Achad Ha'am, Asher Tzvi Hirsch Ginsburg, and Pinsker, and he founds the first Jewish Congress. Now, Herzl creates a reality which is better known. He says that the Jews are a nation, and they can therefore all can gather around him, religious and non-religious. He declares and he creates, in fact, a mechanism for creating this situation. He, as I said, founds the Jewish Congress, which is a democratic organization. It has the executive branches and the financial system, and he says that we need to take action on the international level as well in order to do this. We demand our own country. I cannot go into the various elements of the country that he actually writes about in his books, in The Jewish State and Alt Neuland, and he creates a vision that Ben-Gurion, the Zionist movement, then embraces and fosters and completes. Ben-Gurion repeats the same principles: a democratic state, a Jewish state, in the sense, a Jewish state, and you see it in the Declaration of Independence, a Jewish state in the national sense of the word rather than the religious sense. And he definitely follows Herzl's footsteps, and he faces the difficulties of his time, which is populating the country, which is getting Jews to come in from various countries back to Israel, and of course the security that Ben-Gurion says can even make the lion's heart shiver. And so he creates a society, one for all for one, really being committed to those who serve the rest of the community. There's a consensus among the immigrants who come here, and a movement is formed very much impacted by socialist ideas, and above all, Ben Gurion says, following Herzl's footsteps, that the state of Israel will be tested by its morality and its human values. Now, from here onwards, I would like to talk about what happened once Israel was established on the religious front. In the first few years after Israel was established, two religious denominations were very dominant: the ultra-Orthodox, or Haredi, which viewed Zionism as a secular, messianic stream that is contrary to religion, and the religious Zionism, which participated in the establishment of the state, viewed democracy and social values as a positive thing. The third denomination is the Kook denomination, and Rabbi Kook was an ultra-Orthodox Jew, but he had a very special thesis. He came and said, well, yes, the way to bring the Messiah is to use the power of the Zionists. He was very impressed by them. He came to Israel in 1904. He saw the Zionist movement. He said, these are the materials, the substances that we can build this country using. And once these materials will be put to action, then the Messiah will come, then the religion can come and prosper, and then the country, this state, will follow halachic rules, which will bring about the Messiah. This is his perception. Now, this whole thing is quite modest. So yes, during the British Mandate, Rav Kook was appointed chief rabbi. However, he was not very impactful. What happened in the 6-Day War? There was an explosion. Different people that were not fighting, they viewed this as a sign from heaven. This is the beginning of redemption. So anyone who fights knows that so many of the paratroopers brigade fell in battle, but they said, no, this is the beginning of redemption. 3 weeks before the 6-Day War began, Rav Kook's son comes along and says, it is very hard for me. Where's Jerusalem? Where's Jericho? Where's the Jordan? How can we give up on them? 3 weeks later, the 6-Day War broke out. He is viewed as a prophet, and with this prophecy begins the great strength, the great momentum, which is nationalist in part, but also very much comes from a religious point of view, that comes to really do two main goals. First of all, taking over all the Israeli movements as part of the promise, not the great promise of the greater Israel, but what was promised to the tribes. And they view that as their own duty, as well as to make sure that this is going to be a religious country, that more and more people will become religious, and this country will be halacha based. So in that time, a great conflict begins between these perceptions, these views, and the regime in Israel. There are settlements, even those that are not approved. There is a Jewish underground. Mayors are being targeted. In the Islamic College, there are shots fired and so on. And what happens? And there are actual actions being taken by very, very religious denominations that view this as the beginning of redemption and want these two goals to come together. The greatest conflict begins surrounding Oslo. Oslo Accords, there is talk among the Judea and Samaria rabbis saying that there is no authority, no regime has the authority, has the mandate to give away the territories. And as these talks progress, according to ISA data, the rabbis Dov Lior, Daniel Shiloh, and Eliezer Melamed appeal and call for a conference of rabbis, and I quote, should the Prime Minister and his ministers be warned that they will be liable to Torah penalties and halachic law, as those who give Jewish lives and Jewish properties to the non-Jews. Now, according to Maimonides, anyone who gives away Jewish lives and Jewish property to non-Jews, it is a duty to kill them, and whoever kills them first is best. This is Maimonides. So someone altruist, Yigal Amir, goes and kills the prime minister, murders them. Now this is the radical situation where there is an instruction, an order. A fundamentalist person, not everyone, but a group of fundamentalist, extreme, and very powerful rabbis are saying religion demands that we kill this prime minister if he doesn't go back on Oslo. And Yigal Amir, the assassin, indeed said that he listened to rabbis, and that is why he killed Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. Now, this is a terrible conflict, and for those who feel as I do, a prime minister elected by the people. The Knesset decided what they decided twice. It's a democratic decision surrounding Oslo to go ahead with these accords. And the prime minister was also the chief of general staff during the Six-Day War. And he was also in the Harel Brigade, and so many of his warriors were killed during wars, and yet he is killed. And there is no real response because elections are about to take place, and this is being silenced. Only Yigal Amir is being tried and imprisoned. But then actually the biggest conflict between religion and state is actually not being taken care of. And to me, I know it's maybe unpopular, but it is just like killing Jesus. I compare it to killing Jesus. Now, here we are in the current days. A judicial coup is taking place. A governmental coup is taking place. It's not just a judicial reform, it's a governmental coup, and immediately Ben Gvir is being appointed as the head of police. Amos, how much longer do I have? Well, I don't want to fight Amos. He's a general. We have to listen to what he says. So immediately after what happened, Ben Gvir gets the border police and the police, and just like in every revolution, what do? You take the power, you get the authority to shoot civilians. That is the only authority that is allowed to do that. And immediately, everyone, the first target that is being set is to give them this power, and then they go for the next target, which is what? The judiciary system, the legal system. I don't want to go into it. There are 5 rings that are really taking away the authorities of and the powers of the court to create a situation whereby the Knesset can decide what it likes. It has no oversight, no supervision. It is not controlled. And of course, this entire plan is a whole big plan, is also appointing judges and appointing new judges, taking away the powers of the court. And it's just like by the book. All the other revolutions have followed the same laws, the same rules. And in this time, we also begin the campaign against the media and taking over the public opinion, and they're selling a narrative to their audience that says democracy is a democracy, it's the rule of the majority. That's what they say. We know democracy is not just the rule of the majority, and there is no rule of the majority either anyway, because the government is actually controlling the Knesset, and the government is being controlled by a coalition, a minority. But this is what happens. Now, who is behind this entire phenomenon? The person who drafted this, or the only organization that drafted this entire play, is a party that stole the name religious Zionism, the heads of which said they want a halacha-based state, and they are on their way to one. The next stage, if they manage to do this, is, as they've said already, they're going to demand that the judges will have halachic background. They will give more and more judicial authorities to the rabbinical courts. And if you would look at the coalition agreements that were frozen a little bit, that were supposed to give more and more powers to the religious, we are well on our way to a halachic state. Now, in order to conclude, I would just like to clarify the risks that we are facing. I will not elaborate on them, but I just want to quote some people, and with that I will conclude. Zionism, as I've said, and what they wanted, they're not saying they're not nationalists, but they are saying we are going back to the all-inclusive, to the historic religionization of national aspects and halacha-based law fully and completely. Now, I just wanted to quote Herzl in The Jewish State, his book. Will we finally have a theocracy? No. Faith is something that we rally around, but science makes us free. Therefore, we will not allow theocratic trends of our religious people to rear their heads. We will keep them in their synagogues, just as we will have our military in the military camps. The clergy, the religious people and the army will all be very respected, but they will not run state affairs. With all due respect and appreciation toward them, they will make things difficult for us domestically and internationally, and every person must be free, says Herzl in their views. Jabotinsky was even more extreme, and he said, in the Hebrew state there will be complete freedom of conscience and religion, but also complete freedom from religion. All matters of conscience are not Jewish or moral. A Jew was born to the Jewish people or who joined the Jewish people, but you don't have to follow the mitzvot, the commandments to do so. Being a Jew and being religious is what you do with your God personally, and any zealous person, it will lead to destruction. So the government, which is named after Jabotinsky, supposedly, is of course somewhere else altogether. It's much more militarist. Jabotinsky would not have allowed the ultra-Orthodox to not serve in the army, but also in other matters as well. Now, it is very important, and since I want you to hear the prophecy of Ben-Gurion anticipated, he saw that this religious risk will lead us to a great division. And he said in the Declaration of Independence, in the entire Jewish history, there has not been such unity as we had in the Declaration of the State. And this perfect unity is, by nature, very rare, very unique, and very great. And we, of course, remember that the Declaration of Independence said a Jewish state, but a Jewish state in the national sense, not in the religious sense. And it talks about the historical elements and the right of return and the democratic foundations of the Jewish state, including freedom of religion, freedom of conscience, equality without no matter what race or what gender you are, and so on. Now, this is the Declaration of Independence. It determines, in my view, the Jewish state's self-determination. And in 1944, Ben-Gurion wrote a document about the government, and he says as follows: the fundamental principle of freedom of conscience that no person who's religious goes against is in fact countered by a wish of the political religious parties. The fact that there is a religious political party means that they want the religious laws, the medical institutions to rule, and the freedom of conscience, the freedom of religion does not align with the freedoms that the religion dictates. And he continues to say that the Jewish religion is a problem because, unlike Christianity, there are commandments what you must do and what you mustn't do from the moment you are born until you die, and it leaves no neutral ground outside the affinity to religion. And he says that this status of religion in the state may lead to explosive situations. Everyone will want us to be like them, and it will become an inquisition. It will be a dictatorship. Israel is a democratic state, and it will not be able to exist if it is not democratic and founded on the free choice and will of its elected officials. And to conclude, I just want to refer you to what was said by the chief rabbi, the late chief rabbi of Britain, one of the most greatest intellectuals, Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, of blessed memory. who said that in the modern world there will be greater proliferation of religion because of all the revolutions, such as the French Revolution, has created freedom and liberty of man and has referred people to religion. But at the same time, he says that dispersing more religion will give meaning to our lives in the modern world, but we must distinguish between power and religion. And he says, and I quote, thank you very much.
I would like to invite... No, you're casting aspersions. Come on, let's start with good harbingers. The Iranians have not attacked and the weather isn't that bad. Okay, let us now open a very important session that deals... we were just about to be sort of frauded, and Sinwar waited 29 minutes so that it would be one attack on the first day and then it would become a second day, and therefore it would be 2 days following. I would like to invite, if possible, Major General in Reserves Aaron Aviv Falkash, the former Director of Military Intelligence, Professor Alex Mintz, who's well known for his decision-making lab, and, of course, Mr. Tamir Pardo, the former head of the Mossad. I'm sure you all know him well, no doubt. And we will immediately open with Major General Ze'eviv Farkash. I've known him for many years. I thought he's going to deal with fraud, which I thought was no longer a sort of a top issue, but unfortunately it has been, and deception. And you really devoted yourself to research into this kind of deception and fraud. How do you see it from the point of view of 1973 and what has been happening more recently with a well-known agent, and nowadays as well, the 7th of October 2023, as I see it? Good morning, everyone. I would like just for a moment to connect my answer that we're supposed to give to this title for the whole conference that I can see just above me. 2,000 years of exile and the Jewish identity was determined then and there. And now, for the last 77 years, we've been trying to give the right place for nationalism, which is a very tough challenge. And now to your question, Amos. I think that if I look at the history of the State of Israel since its inception, there were 2.5 or 3 strategic surprises. The first that created a kind of total overhaul, and that's the way we look at deterrence. I think it was February-March 1960, the Rotem campaign. We woke up with 2 Egyptian divisions just as you go into Sinai. And that created an immense change, and money was being invested in order to build that kind of deterrence power. And then, of course, the Yom Kippur War. And the third one, undoubtedly, was October 2023, the 7th of October, of course. Now, I just wanted to say that if we need to say in an inclusive way what are the main roles of Intel, and then specifically relate to Amos's question, then I would like to say that there are sort of 3 super missions. First of all, deterrence, the prevention of a surprise, and don't relate to it and don't and denigrate it, because we lost that deterrence in the last 15 years in Israeli intel. Basically, they said about themselves, we don't need to provide and supply the deterrence, and they didn't even teach it anymore. They stopped teaching about deception. And I think that that is a central issue, because I think that the main top mission would be that definitely the deterrence, and the second is to provide intel during the fighting and in ongoing security. And of course, very precise intel when we are talking about precise ammunition and weapons during that period. So this issue, I would like to say, vis-a-vis this, that if we're talking about the deterrence, which is a strategic mission, we are not allowed we're alone in this issue. There's a whole good group around us. We need to sit down and see how can we provide that deterrence when the people who are planning it understands that without a surprise, without a shock, they won't. And that's what happened in the Yom Kippur War with the Egyptians. And of course, on the 7th of October, we will not be able to build a kind of sort of a characterization of it in all these important sort of institute. We have to think about it every single morning. How can we provide it? Because otherwise we're going to find ourselves over time in an additional state of a shock and a surprise attack. Professor Alex Mintz, good morning. Well, let's ask ourselves, what is a strategic surprise or shock? First of all, it's something that you've missed out on. You've missed out on the preparations for an attack. But if we're talking about the tactical surprise and a strategic surprise and the difference between them, sometimes you miss out how it was prepared. Basically, the best example is for example, the Twin Towers in New York and what happened in Lebanon. So we very often find ourselves asking ourselves when there might be a positive surprise. Now, for example, Sadat's visit to Israel, or the actual release of all the live hostages. Of course, we're still waiting for Ran Gvili to be brought home, and we're waiting with bated breath. I think that the main problem, in my opinion, is the whole science of decision making, is that it starts and ends with the whole issue of deceiving people. There's a kind of blindness, a conceptual one, that there are different kinds of blindness, but it starts, of course, with the cognitive deceptions, perhaps. And I think it starts with people ignoring critical information and all sorts of other things that we actually teach in the science of decision making. I'll expand on it in a moment. Tamir, your point of view. I would like to say that we should be cautious to call it the Muppet phenomenon, for those who are sitting in the gallery, not only all the X this and X this positions, and start saying, oh, it wouldn't have happened in my time. It is acceptable to say that this happens, and it's very natural that it should, but I think we have to be very cautious about that and wary. I think that it doesn't matter, and I think I've been in all those key positions over the last years, and I believe that all those who have served, it could have happened to them. It was never dependent on one person, the head of the Intel, the head of the Intel, or whatever it was. I believe that this was a much deeper set surprise. And if we do not really permeate and penetrate and delve deeply into the real reason behind it, you'll find a fantastic quantity of little sparks of information along a long period of time, And unfortunately, everyone was using a kind of mechanism that we all use, and people didn't actually see them. In fact, what happened, and it could happen to any living person, this information was existent. The picture was very clear cut. Only we did not understand it. And I think the question of all questions is, why are we mistaken time and time again? I'd like to be very wary and not compare it to Barbarossa or to Pearl Harbor or to other events that have happened in the past. Let's just look at what happens close to home, in our own home. Why in our home did we fail? I will perhaps surprise you by saying that if we really do really examine that catastrophe in the Mount Meron, and then you can perhaps understand how we missed out on what was happening in the preparation and didn't see the preparation for the 7th of October. No, we're not looking for the people that we can blame. That's not why we've convened today. But we want to understand how it happened 50 years post the Yom Kippur War. So you've got the professional sort of level and the intel level. The level's role is to give a warning. It doesn't matter what the political people think. You can even fight against them. They have to listen to the intel, and they can consolidate and prepare their own policy in accordance. But they must listen to them. And each and every one of you said it. You said that this basic treatment was neglected. Of course, there are capabilities of the enemy, there are plans, and they create a threat, but we didn't pay attention to it. We said, no, we were deterred. They said, miserable capabilities, was said. The fact that there were tunnels that were actually dug for 800 meters, excuse me, so they had amazing capabilities. Sinwar had one copy of what he planned to do, and we had one copy of that. So if you think about it, that that everyone did not analyze this, and how come that for the second time in our lives, or even more, that we didn't realize that this was on our doorstep and we didn't see it. They really believed, and it was a ridiculous thought that the Hamas were actually deterred. It's like holding a cobra who's kissing you and thinking, oh, the cobra won't sting me, and suddenly it does bite me. And so I think that it really, if you look at the perspective of dozens of years of what was happening, and I'm talking about Israel and more, at the end of 2023, Herzia Levy, the Chief of General Staff, called me and he asked me to analyze what actually happened to Qasem Soleimani, the Americans, what was the targeted killing that they did, and to try and understand from that period until the 7th of October, what happened, why were we surprised, what happened, how did we fail? So they prepared me a portfolio of all the material of an analysis, and even the intel's work and the master's degree that I wrote after the Yom Kippur War came out, was published 8 years later. Only then could I try and understand what were the reasons for that intel failure in 73. And I managed to go over that portfolio that had been prepared. And then a week later they said, stop. And it stopped, yes, the order from above. And to be very specific, I would like to say, Amos, to bring up as a lesson that should be learned because of the surprise in Yom Kippur, and what were the 4 main points that we need to understand in order to prevent an additional surprise. So one of them is to initiate. We stopped initiating. And to initiate, I'll give you an example. In 2003, 2004, of course, you're talking about Sheikh Yassin and Varantisi, and in the discussions, actually, in the cabinet, we said that what would happen if we do actually assassinate Antisi and Sheikh Yassin. And he said, yes, we do need to do it. It was initiative. They said it was called mowing the grass. And since then, we've as if stopped initiating things that are dangerous. But I'm talking about an organization's concept about the solution of problems. So if they believe the way of achieving and accomplishing their missions is not through negotiations, but by resistance, muqawama. In other words, the jihad, the Islami, the Hezbollah, the Hamas, that is their goal. And it is their everyday goal and their objective. We need to initiate against these organizations whose entire worldview is that. And again, you have to have a secret kind of mission. In other words, targeted killings if necessary. The creation of deterrent intel strength, cyber, and other ones in order to build that kind of sources that would be able to carry out that capability and run this secret campaign that people don't talk about and they aren't glorified for it because it's behind the scenes. It's underground. And the other is the education of officers of intel the moment they are recruited for those deterrence missions. In other words, from the moment you get up in the morning, they have to understand that that is a critical mission and a very close-knit connection with the forces in the intel. I heard from one of those officers that they met once a year with the Prime Minister in a critical year that was the year before 2023. I met with him, and Tamir knows that. And yes, I met him once a week, sometimes twice a week, sometimes even more than that. In other words, a close-knit and a fixed connection to know what is bothering the politicians. And through that, in other words, to mention those important, really decisive issues so we will be able to meet the things that worry our leaders and bother them. The obligation to ensure that the intel reaches the top of our commanders, in other words, the top brass. In other words, we very often talk about the failures, but what about the successes? What about there was a very big cell of Hezbollah that was actually going to overtake Rajau, which is a beautiful area in Lebanon, and that was not on the Israeli side, of course. And we had information that the Hezbollah was going to actually attack the pillbox outpost in Rajau. And they did an assessment of the situation. And I took a helicopter and I flew over to the Northern Command. Udi knew about it. And we made a decision to remove the actual soldiers from the pillbox and just put 4 snipers on top of it. At 2 o'clock, nothing's happened. At 2:33, I was already sorry that I'd sort of awoken everything, and suddenly 5 motorbikes got very close to the pillbox, and the snipers got them immediately. So it is really compulsory. It is imperative that the moment you get that kind of knowledge, you prepare yourself in accordance. So how does one prevent a strategic attack? Well, first of all, you have to actually look at the existing information that you have. So first of all, if you have to organize the devil's advocate or red teaming, how do you actually prepare your team in accordance, doing simulations, of course. This whole issue of identify anomalies, anything that you see as different, or those kind of disguise that they're wearing, that they've sort of like happened, for example, just before Yom Kippur, where you couldn't actually identify them. Or, for example, the use of all sorts of of ideas that and think of something alternative, all sorts of ideas that people bring up, and how can you actually, and really, if we're talking about really the deceptions in the decision making, that you have to be prepared for that campaign that's going to take place, but you have to understand who the enemy is without actually understanding what their weaknesses are and what they themselves have actually experienced. Their use, for example, of the drones. So yes, of course, they have to be intercepted. Now, of course, the drones that they're preparing have much more capability. Now, for example, there was something really stupid that they believed that the attack would be exactly 50 years later on the Hebrew religious date. But no, what can one do? But it happened on the Saturday of Sukkot and not on that date. In other words, they did it according to the Gregorian calendar. And other things that we've seen that were carried out that were not successful. But there were about 15 or 20 cases of strategic surprises. And someone once said that strategic surprises after the Second World War were positive. I'm not sure about that. Did they really examine and check those that were thwarted and stopped or didn't succeed? But those are the ways one does prevent things. And I'm talking about the intel and secret sort of world. That's additional. But I developed software program that does a number of things. First of all, it does a diagnosis in the deception in decision making. So in other words, and the conception, do you negate, do you not look at sort of critical information? We looked at doctors around the world with that software, and we saw that the main reason for medical mistakes, medical faults, or denigrating, poo-pooing critical knowledge that was given to them. In other words, they didn't look deeply into information that could make you change your mind and therefore you don't actually take the right decisions. And there are all additional things like, for example, that you sort of have a gut feeling, or you sit in a group and think about it. A system sees all these deceptions and they identify it from the point of view of the diagnosis. Like you mentioned, for example, the education of intel officers, their training. And also it provides all the recommendations for improvement and how can you improve it in the context of prevention of deceptions. And it's called debiasing, in other words, neutralizing them, diminishing the amount of such mistakes. And I think that we need to train the existing generation who's involved in it about how to actually be deceived by these deceptions, these cognitive deceptions. I think a key question here beyond what you have said is how could it be with such tragic results that both the professional and the political echelons thought in the same way? I mean, I can't understand it. How can one prevent it in the future? I doubt it's possible. But how is that possible? I mean, is it feasible that that should happen? How could such a situation be created that the entire intel poo-pooed all that information that they received? And the government, actually the highest echelons, thought that Sinwar and all the others, they were totally deterred by what was happening. Have you got some kind of explanation or some kind of lesson that we can learn from it, or a recommendation? Israel, throughout the years, when they were actually fighting with the terror organizations, they kept coming up with statements like, it is deterred. There was a round in Gaza, or there was some kind of activity in Jenin, and the conclusion that was then published in the media and the government was, the enemy is deterred. There isn't a deterrence. It doesn't exist for a terror organization. And that is the cornerstone of the mistake. Look at October 23, Mamuta, that is fighting a big monster, fighting a little ant, a mammoth fighting. How many tanks, how many APCs, how many commandos, how many satellites has Israel got? And what did Hamas have? And yet, when this mammoth took 2 tons of sleeping pills and fell asleep, the ant should actually know how to quickly come out and do what they wanted. In other words, they said October, Yom Kippur will not be iterated. It won't return. It won't happen again. So some of the changes that took place, and Farkash mentioned it about the various systems, about what is deterrence. Israel looked right, left. The Egyptian army is no threat. The Syrian army barely exists for many a year already. And in the north, the Hezbollah is there, which is very different from the Hamas. Embarrassing to say, but Hamas, how many combatants did it know how to really have against that kind of army? And yet, the concept says once that they're actually deterred, and because they're deterred, then we can actually move our forces from one side to the other, and it seems insignificant. We can even go on holiday, we can have a break, and we can have actually silent Saturdays and silent holidays, but slowly but surely it permeates to all the systems. The people who are, by the way, guiding this, on top of it, have no strategy. The state of Israel have no strategy about any of all this. I'll give you one example which just connects to this event from another angle. If you're talking about the 12-day war, Israel decided they were going to fight a war in Iran. Everything was excellent. And yes, they did succeed in surprising the Iranians and had full control in the actual air territory, the territorial airspace of Iran. How can that actually end? What do you expect? When the IDF planes are still above Tehran, then the Persians, the Iranians, should already be sitting in Vienna about the negotiations with the other countries. And until they actually reach 24, 30 hours of real negotiations, our planes are still there, but they're controlling the airspace. So we stopped it without reaching any kind of decisive victory. In other words, for the sake of what? So if someone is sitting and analyzing it, it's the same story of the Iron Swords War. We'd already finished that a year ago. We're talking about the real military power. So if someone is trying to reach and end up with the last Kalashnikov rifle, let's have a look what's happening in the West Bank. They've been trying to reach them and gather them all up, but they haven't reached any real achievement. So they've tried all sorts of things without results because there's no specific strategy. And when you have no strategy, you have no success. Then you can really find yourself in a situation of deceptions. And the deception that we found ourselves in October 23, and by the way, it was very similar to 73. I mean, it's very significant from that point of view, statistically speaking even. So suddenly, it was sort of evaporated. And it really enabled, all that deterrence evaporated and we allowed Hamas to do anything they wanted. So if we say never again, October 73, and 2023, then we have to remove all the sleeping pills from the pharmacies.
Since we're about to wrap up, since we don't have the guarantee that this will succeed, how can we make sure that this will not happen again, assuming that it could, as Tamir has said, and as you, Alex, have also said, because we do have a dual failure here, and we can still be facing scenarios, as a moderator, I don't want to go into it, but alert has, and warning is multifaceted. So how can we learn the lessons, aside from a state commission of inquiry, before we conclude? In one of the events with Prime Minister Sharon, he slammed his fist on the table and said, Director of Military Intelligence, think of the Israelis too, not just the Arabs, not just the Palestinians. And I said, because I'm thinking about the Jews, I want to say what I think the Palestinians are going to do. Or others, for that matter. The intimacy between the heads of intelligence and the decision makers is crucial in order for them to be able to say what they think, to make their opinions heard, and not only to align the intelligence with what is desirable by the decision makers. This is a crucial point, and to do that, we need to make a fundamental change in the way that the intelligence organizations and the Prime Minister work, or the cabinet. And one final point, I think that the cooperation between the heads of organizations in Israel is crucial. The head of Mossad, the head of ISA, the head of military intelligence must all work together, because we cannot raise everything up to the top of the echelon, even when there are disputes. And this collaboration must be strong. It must become stronger, because it can improve our ability to prevent surprises. Thank you very much for initiating this discussion. I would just like to comment about what Tamir has said, that the campaign against Iran was a strategic surprise for them. It was a strategic surprise and a tactical surprise, as you've said, about us having real control of their airspace, but there were many other surprise aspects. But I want to say something else entirely, and that's everything to do with AI. We need to introduce AI into assessment, into recommendation, into insights, into everything. For instance, I simulated here, together with the ICT and Professor Boaz Ganor, at the end of October 2023, and the prediction of the AI software was that Nasrallah will not go to war with Israel, even though back then, on Friday, November 3rd, they thought he would declare war, whereas the AI software indicated that there will be some war-like incidents on the border, but not full-fledged war. And we also had 5 out of 5 predictions about Hamas and Sinwar. So AI should be introduced as yet another element that brings another perspective. And I just want to end with another example. When we put in the alternatives of Hamas, as for October 7th, the ground invasion also came up in the AI. Yes, we shouldn't underestimate the enemy. We tend to have these terrible qualities where we underestimate their capabilities. It is bordering on racism. I think it's quite disgusting, really. From my familiarity, from my experience and that of those sitting in this room, our enemies are no less smart, no less competent, and no less original than we are. And if we had to take the example of Sinwar, it will be written down in the history of wars. Someone who managed to carry out this move and to dramatically surprise the strongest country in this area. And knowing others. There are commanders there on the other side, people who are thinkers, people who know us well, and unfortunately we don't bother to try and understand the other side enough. And we also connect the fact that they are speaking Arabic or they're Muslims, so we put them into this kind of rubric. That's just complete idiocy, it's complete ignorance, and we really have to set that aside. That would solve many of our problems. I think we've only just started the first taste of what we should be discussing about this matter. So, Farkash, Alex, Tamir, thank you all so much for giving us some of your time this morning and sharing your experience with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Amos and the panelists. The next topic we will be discussing is the Israeli economy. At the end of 2 years of war, and specifically the question of how we can get Israel back on the track of a growing economy. And to discuss this, I would like to invite to the stage Accountant Yali Rothenberg, the Accountant General of the Ministry of Finance, as well as Mr. Yair Avidan, the former Supervisor of Banks and a Senior Fellow at the Institute for Policy and Strategy, IPS, here at Reichman University. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you, Yali, for coming. First of all, I am happy that we have found within and among all these people from the security establishment to understand that the economics and finance is a very important part of national security, and to tell Major General in Reserves Farkash that in May 1980, in the officer training course in the intelligence, we learned about October 73 and the surprise and playing the devil's advocate, so it's important that you know that. Yali is the Accountant General. When I was the Supervisor of Banks, we worked together for 3 years, most of the time in harmony. And I will begin by saying a few words. It's been 2 years. We had 2 years of COVID. Then we had this whole time of the governmental coup or the judicial reform that has impacted our domestic arena and also the Iron Swords War. And now we are still in the same uncertainty geopolitically and otherwise, but we all understand the importance of the economics, the importance of finance on growth, on national security and national resilience in Israel. And I just want to ask you, as a warm-up question, if we now go up in the lift, in the elevator, can you give us just a few brief remarks about what would be the indication of the state of the economy? And this is just a warm-up question. We're going to ask a few more questions later, but I would suggest that you would give us just 1 or 2 sentences about your view as the Accountant General, and then give us by snapshot how you view the state of the economy, and then we'll go on from there. Okay, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. Can I still say good morning? Then good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. When I woke up this morning and I looked out the window, I said to myself about the weather, the best thing is to come to a fireside chat, for a fireside chat with Yair. So let's imagine we have a fireside here. I was very impressed by the AI software when it comes to medical negligence. I don't know if his hospitals use it, but if you don't know, it really is amazing. Israel is paying more than 300 or 400 million shekel about medical malpractice, people who have really created damage and we need to pay money for. So there is ROI for this. It will be quite high. Maybe we should talk about that in a moment. On October 7th, we did many things. maybe one day I'll write a book about what we did on the October 7th. Well, you have a year that you can't work anywhere else in the establishment, so you can write your book then. Right. But the first thing we did, one of the first things we did, is what is going to happen in the rate, the exchange rate between the US dollar and the shekel. So in the elevator, I would ask you that question. We see that we had almost reached 4 for a few days. The shekel is a shekel stronger than it was before October 7th, and I don't want to go into all the elaborate and difficult sort of reasons for that and all the different formulae for hedging and so on. I'll talk about that maybe somewhere else, but the economy can't be strong if the currency is weak. Wow, I'm amazed. I would never have thought that this would be the answer. And I know that you were overseas last week with some issuing. So let's look a bit towards the future. Of course, the economy impacts growth and productivity and resilience and security. So let's look into the future a little bit, into the long term. I know we don't usually do this in Israel. We don't think long term, but I do want to say this is quite a different country. It's a bit strange because our productivity and we pay much more for security than the OECD, which leaves very little for the public. And I can say that this has to do with supporting productivity, infrastructure, education, health, and so on. Now, it's interesting for me to ask you, looking towards the future, what do you think, from where you sit, are the main growth engines of the economy? And in this respect, let's look at national resilience, national security, which of course impacts the security of us all here in Israel. Okay, so let me focus on several things. First of all, this country, compared to other developed countries that have a high product per capita, we have high growth rate, high birth rate, which is a very important driver and asset. It's over 2, and that creates a big need for investment. We need more schools, we need more roads, we need more housing. We have private consumption that keeps growing in many directions. So that is one fundamental component that is very significant. Another very significant component is the gap in our infrastructure. We are a young country and we have not yet managed to accumulate the amount of infrastructure compared to product similarly to countries in Europe, between 60 and 70% of product here, whereas here it's between 15 to 20 percentile points lower than other developed countries. Which means that our growth potential in the next few years is quite significant. And you don't have to be a great economist. You just have to look up and see all the different cranes and the metro and the different infrastructure projects in transportation. We have desalination facilities that we are building in various methods like PPP. And part of what the Accountant General does, we haven't talked about what the Accountant General does. People know this term, but what we do is we bring together the world of infrastructure, all the complex long-term projects in Israel, using different financing such as PPP, and this has great potential. And we have a lot we need to invest a lot in that, and that's why we struggle and we fight for budget, but also PPP, which is off budget. We also have components in the economy which is not aligned or correlated with the geopolitical risk. High tech, we didn't talk about high tech, but high tech is a dramatic growth engine that has proven itself, particularly in the last 2 years. Just in the last year, there has been such great M&A activity with Wiz and Palo Alto, and millions of dollars, and it's gotten to $70 billion worth of activity just in 2025 alone. And that is completely uncorrelated with the geopolitical risk. And this has great added value. So it's also not correlated with the world of assets because of IP and so on. So that gives us another significant growth engine. The gas is also something. We've gotten used to the fact that we produce gas, but the fact, there was a relatively low inflation rate here in Israel. We did not surpass 5%. At peak, other countries have gotten to double digit in inflation. So we did not. We only reached 5 at the peak. And here already we have already reached a good period. It's gotten down by 0.5%, 50 basis points. And we have the interest rate has gone down by 50 points. And we are selling gas through Europe to Egypt. And that gives us significant national resilience. We can't say that there is no connection to the geopolitical risk because we stopped Tamar during the war, and this was a significant economic event, and we had many dramatic disputes about that because in the Ministry of Finance we said, I'm sorry, should not be a decision made by a major general or a lieutenant colonel. But having said that, you have here another growth engine, and I want to remind you of something else which has to do with demography as well, and I want to kind of attack it from the positive aspect. I think it's very important. I think it's vital that we push the populations that participate less in the labor market into the labor market. How we can talk about for many days, but let's talk about the what. Okay, so you're throwing me a softball about the next question, so maybe I'll make it a little harder for you after you've warmed up a little bit. I think that there is a great similarity as well between October 73 and October 2023, and that is the risk in that lost decade. After 73, with the energy crisis, I am very much concerned with another lost decade. And if we look at a negative immigration, what are the characteristics of this negative immigration? And if we look at the divisiveness in society and the matter of equal burden and equal shouldering of the burden and who is actually in the labor market, and if we look at studies about demography, as you said, the birth rate is very good, but who is the one giving birth? And what will be the demographic composition in 20 years' time? So when we talk about resilience, that's important. So let's look a decade ahead, as you've said, a decade down the line. Is there a concern? Should we be worried about a lost decade? And what should we do in order to not lose this decade? Look, I don't really connect to this turn of phrase, this lost decade, because it kind of frames this as something that we don't want, that no one wants. And I think that we need to be working hard to make sure that this country keeps growing and to go through this phase and well. And I think this question goes right back to growth engines. Why? Because what is the point of departure at the moment? It's better than we thought. It's better than I thought it would be. And why? Because when I look at the economy, first of all, I look at the data. It's very important for me that when you analyze this, don't think about the initial paradigm, apropos the conception of what we feel, what we want. Let's look at the data emerging from the economy, because when you're in the macro world and you're always looking at the data, you don't know when you're sitting on the boat which stream will be faster, well, which current will be stronger. Of course, you can guess, of course, you can take actions in a certain direction, but the data, the economy data is better. It's not ideal, but in 2024, when we were in war, for all intents and purposes, we had a 2% growth. It's relatively low for Israel, but realistically, we usually had a growth of a 3 to 4% after COVID. Then we had a negative year after COVID, but 2020 was a negative year, minus 1% or so, and then we rebounded and we got to 15% collectively in 21-22. In 2024, income from taxes went up in real terms by 5%, more than the economy grew. In 2025, now we're going to be publishing the deficit, and I can tell you, it's not public knowledge yet, that it's going to be closer to 4.5 than to 5. We thought we'd get to 5.2 in deficit. That was the budgeting. That was our working assumption. When it comes to the deficit, income from taxes, this year you will see in the data, again, part of it is policy changes, what we did with the VAT, and it didn't happen in 2024, it happened in 2025 for the first time, and that perhaps part of the question of fiscal policies and so on, but year to year, and that's the right way to compare, by 14%, 14%. And most of the predictors, most of the projectionists predict that in 2026 we'll have 5.2% growth. That's pretty much the growth rate that the professional forecasters, and you know what a group we have in the Bank of Israel and the Ministry of Finance looking at this data. These are very professional economists who are running models, and these are the kind of growth rates that we're looking at and predicting for 2026. Now let's go back to the question. This is the point of departure. What do we need in order not to lose this coming decade? Well, we need to push these growth engines that are connected to structural changes that we can elaborate on in the world of infrastructure and in other realms, and also to what I began to talk about, and that is the matter of expanding Israel's growth basis. It has to do with taxes, but it also has to do with these populations that should be pushed into the labor market. Because if we look at this from a positive perspective, what do countries want? Positive immigration. We have domestic internal potential for groups of people, which is just like immigration, because they're now they're enjoying the public funding in some way, but they do not participate in the labor market, and they do not pay taxes. Now, I don't care what they do. They can have a home based in business, but let them be part of the labor market. Let them study Torah half a day and have maybe the other members of the family be in the business while you're studying Torah, but we need to find both negative and positive incentives. I don't want to go into which to push them into the labor market, because if we get a situation where instead of just having 60% of ultra-Orthodox men working, and if we go up from 60% participating, which means they're either looking for work, participating means that they can either be employed or looking for work, but they're at least part of the labor market. If we go from 60% to even just 70%, can you imagine the wave of internal domestic immigration and how we can expand our tax basis and the growth potential? This is one generation, second generation. We can't not do that, but on the other hand say don't be ultra-Orthodox. And that is perhaps a deeper discourse than we have the time for. Well, we're already behind schedule, so it's true that the president of the university was given 2 extra minutes and he took some more. But first of all, I want to say thank you. I would like to, let me just give you one final sentence. At the same time, in order to not reach a lost decade, we must understand that we have dramatically increased in terms of our debt to product ratio in Israel and overseas. When I was raising huge funds, I raised funds since the beginning of the war. I raised about 550 billion shekels since the beginning of the war. Can you imagine this number? 500 billion shekels has been raised since the war began, and we went up in terms of our ratio, our debt to product, but we went up because we went down to 60% before then. And the ability to make sure that we have this cushion, this liquidity cushion, safety cushion, in order to be able to go up, this also gives us some air in the market, because everyone knows that we have the ability to respond, and you have gone down in your debt to product ratio. And this is our duty, to create fiscal policies so we can create a deficit that is low enough in order to make sure that our debt to product ratio will go down. And this is the same balancing deficit if you've read in the economic world. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you, and I would like to try and sum up, and hopefully we will not be losing this decade. I think part of this is, first of all, leadership, because the fundamentals of the market are obviously very good. And even 4.5%, 5% deficit. The question is, what do you use the money for? And I think that in the long range, we need to have leadership in place. We need to have the kind of vision that looks at infrastructure, that talks about including people in the labor force, talks about culture, talks about identity, and allows us to be in a model that will make sure that we have a sustainable model for another 77 years. Thank you very much, Yali Rottenberg.
Thank you very much, Yair and Yali. But on behalf of the university, I would like to wish him success in the future. He's concluding his role in 2 weeks' time. So deep appreciation and thank you for coming. And we're wishing you really all the best in the world. We decided to bring for you an interview with the Honorable Amos Hochstein, who was the senior advisor to the U.S. President. Everything is very fresh in his mind. And the interview will take about an hour. So we're going to bring about just 10 minutes of it. We're going to bring you the jewels of the crown, just a few sort of points between the difference between the use of force and strategy, and the rest will be brought and will be actually broadcast on our site. So I'm sure that you will learn a lot from the important things that he said.
The Middle East has gone through a lot of different kinds of changes. And so it's important to look at the arc of the change and what has precipitated not the military moves, but the mindset change. I think the first thing that you have to do is to acknowledge that the idea of referring to the Middle East as a region is an old concept that doesn't apply. It used to be that the Middle East was sort of at the edge of Europe, so at the edge of Persia, Iran, and Turkey. So anything from there onwards, the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Gulf, to Iraq, Syria, Israel, its neighbors, that was the Middle East. Today, there are two Middle Easts. One is essentially is the Arabian Gulf, and the other is Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Egypt, Palestine, with Iraq somewhere probably closer to the Middle East than it is to the Gulf. And what used to unite them was culture, religion, perspective, outlook, worldview. That is exactly all the things that today divide them. The Gulf is no longer part of that same Middle East. It looks at itself differently. It is culturally different. It looks towards its future very differently, economically, integration into creating a different type of culture that is more Western in certain ways, but creating their own twist on it. While the rest of the Middle East is still stuck in looking at its past as a guide for its future. Saudi Arabia is not only an economic powerhouse. It is not only the largest country in the Gulf. It is not only the most important Arab country. It's the most important Muslim country in the world. And Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, is one of the most important charismatic leaders of the entire Muslim world. And if you go to countries far away from the Middle East, the young Muslim populations, when they think about who do I want to have as my leader, what's the role model? MBS, the Crown Prince, is the role model of maintaining cultural heritage and cultural history and religion, while at the same time opening up to a global economy and global culture and entertainment, sports, etc. So I think it's critically important. Defying Saudi is a very, very tough thing for any Muslim country to do. So an open alliance between Israel and Saudi that is not just a intelligence sharing alliance, but an actual alliance would be critically important for Israel's stature and rebuilding its reputation in the Middle East and among Arab populations around the world. We were very close when as you said, I was one of the people negotiating during the Biden administration before October 7 for normalization. The IMEC announcement, the launch of IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, was the building block that was announced in September And then October 7 happened a few weeks later, 4 or 5 weeks later. And that was going to be sort of the precedent that was going to lead towards the normalization. Even after October 7, of course, killed that. But even after October 7, in 2024, we were getting towards I think we negotiated 95 to 98% of the 4 different chapters of the normalization. Because at the end of the day, what drives the normalization is an agreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia. Then comes the add-on and sort of the price that America pays for the normalization. And that's, a military relationship, a upgrade of a defense agreement, a nuclear, civilian nuclear power agreement that is rather extensive, and economic ties between the U.S. and Saudi that would then enable that. We were very close. The problem has always been that for Saudi Arabia, you cannot have normalization with Israel unless Israel is willing to say openly that it is going to agree to an eventual Palestinian state and that there'll be an active, sort of a real format for negotiations towards a pathway to a Palestinian state, let's say between 3 and 5 years, 5 to 7 years. But it has to be a real pathway. They're not saying that they're conditioning the maturity of that. They're just saying you have to announce it. What happens later, and how those negotiations go, we'll see. But the idea of having normalization without that piece, to me, seems very difficult to imagine because of the stature that the Crown Prince has in the Muslim world. Israel's position in the world today, while militarily strong and victorious, its reputation in the world has taken a terrible beating and is damaged. And I don't see that there's no correcting actions at the moment, because even though there's a ceasefire in Gaza, one, nobody has seen that phase 2. Nobody has seen, okay, the total bombardment has stopped, but nothing has come in its place. So it's basically it's kind of like a frozen conflict in the point of where the ceasefire was reached. So how do you address Gaza? How do you address Israel coming out of its increasing isolation without, I think normalization is not only going to be strategic and militarily important, it is also going to be a critical step in getting that help that Israel needs so desperately. I don't believe that President Trump supports the QME concept. I think that is a matter of history. I think he believes the United States is giving you the guarantees of support. I support you. Why do you need, I can sell whatever I want to whomever I want. Israel should not tell me what to do. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. I think that's the approach. And that's why he doesn't understand why Israel is having an issue with F-35s to Saudi. And by the way, F-35s to Turkey, which is probably significantly more problematic. On the MOU, it expires. I think Israel would be wise to negotiate an extension, a 10-year extension, or even longer now in the next 6-8 months, and get what they can, even if it's not as good as they want. The future for Israel's ability to get what they want out of the United States is diminishing. The political reality that is masked by the strong support that Trump has for Israel, rhetorically and so on. But it masks a decline in support for it from both the right and the left. Israel focuses on the left, the far left, the progressive left, and so on. There is no difference between the Republican and Democratic Party right now on this issue of Israel, because you have the centrists that are supportive of Israel and the relationship that are getting pulled by their extremes. The right-wing extreme is smaller than the left, but it's growing very fast. And it grows in two ways. One is just straight up anti-Israel, Tucker Carlson and the like. right? Candace Owens. But it's now getting people like Megyn Kelly and Matt Gaetz and others. They're straight up anti-Israel and to some degree strong anti-Semitism there as well. But you have another version of the right that says, wait a minute, Israel just vanquished all its enemies. I heard Prime Minister Netanyahu say that on American television. Why am I giving them billions of dollars? That's not America first. So the MAGA America first is saying, why the hell am I giving billions of dollars to Israel? They're rich. They have a lot of money. They've already defeated all their enemies. Everybody's weak around them. We need to spend that money here at home. Prices, consumer goods are going up every day. The next election, the midterms that are coming up next November, are going to be about affordability. They're not going to be about Israel or Gaza or anything else. Not even about Venezuela. They will be about affordability. And what you're starting to hear in the right wing, as well as the left, is saying, we need to stop all this giving Israel so much money. They don't need it. And so the reputational damage that Israel has suffered in the United States is going to start playing out in these decisions. Not all at once, General. It's not going to happen, tomorrow everything ends. But it's a gradual degrading unless Israel is able to rehabilitate its reputation here. My recommendation for Israel is to move away from the posture that just because I can do something militarily means I should, and that military power at some point or military achievements at some point have to be translated into political gains. No one can argue with the massive success that Israel has had militarily. It has been phenomenal. The combination of its intelligence and operationalizing the intelligence into military operation has been incredible. But you can't keep going with that posture, because at some point you lose its diminishing returns. And I travel the world. I meet with both people on the streets and with leaders. I can't imagine the survival or the thriving of Israel in this kind of an isolation.
Thank you very much, Amos Orstein, for the interview. But as we said, you can actually watch it on our site, and it is truly fascinating. The next topic that we're going to deal with now is one of the most burning and hard issues, and that is the establishment of a commission of inquiry, a national one, a state commission. So I would like to invite Mr. Eyal Eshel as part of our panel to discuss this, who is not only a friend, but the father of fallen soldier Ronnie Eshel, the combat observation soldier at Nachal Oz, and who was killed in battle on the 7th of October. He dedicates his entire time from the very first moment for the establishment and the convening of such a state of inquiry. And I was privileged to participate at the celebration for the publication of your book. And the next person is Ms. Einav Zangalka. Everyone knows her well. A true fighter, a true warrior for many months, and the mother of released hostage Matan Zangalka. And our last guest today is Professor Yaniv Roznai, the Vice Dean of the Harry Reisner Law School, and also the co-academic director of the Rubinstein Center for Constitutional Challenges at the Reichman University. In Israel, there is a very bitter argument about the establishment of a commission of inquiry. What will its authority be? And how can one explore those horrific events of the 7th of October, the most dramatic event, I believe, since the Yom Kippur War, and to a certain degree even much more severe and atrocious because of the attack against civilians and the collapse of all the systems, the civilian ones, the military ones that should have functioned on that day. So there are a number of options that it was spoken about. If we're talking about parliamentary state of inquiry, as a national state of inquiry, a state commission of inquiry, or what are the various choices? I think we're going to start with you, perhaps, with Professor Rosnaï. I think that so many members of our public don't understand what the problem is, and they don't really differentiate between the different kinds of state of inquiry. So let's focus first on that explanation. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. Oh, now we can. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is truly a very important discussion, and it is a tremendous honor for me to be sitting here beside these two, this hero and heroine. Let's try and explain it simply. We have one king in Israel, and, one way of inquiring and investigating things in Israel. And in 1968, we had one. If there is an important issue of public interest, then the government can establish a commission of inquiry. We are saying that it is a state commission. The person who appoints, and that is the most important point, the composition of that commission of inquiry is the Chief Justice, the President of the Supreme, the High Court, and that gives it its gravitas. It's actually its authorities. In other words, they are the ones who can actually delegate that. They can actually invite various witnesses. So it is the government that actually writes the mandate of the Commission of Inquiry and tells them what it needs to do so. But to balance it, it is the President of the High Court who appoints a judge, either a retiree or someone who is actually sitting on the bench at that time. And that is the way they do it, and that is the straight and narrow path. And now, there is an amendment to the law about it. It was supposed to be something totally different, and there was amendment. Let's say the Ministry of Transport, there was a kind of accident with a train. Then the minister can actually appoint a kind of commission of inquiry. That's what happened, for example, with that, if you remember the Versailles tragedy when the ceiling collapsed. So, in other words, to establish, in other words, the government is saying, I will appoint the members, the minister or the government, the person who actually established it. So why not use it instead of having a state commission of inquiry? Why should a judge have to actually be the chairman of that commission if we can control it? And so that is a parliamentary one if they do that, a government one. So what at the moment is being proposed is an idea that says, no, we will have a parenthetical one. The opposition will appoint some of the members. The coalition will appoint some of the members of that committee. And that will be a commission of inquiry that will have all the actual rights. And that, in my opinion, is absolutely abominable, unacceptable. First of all, it will not have the confidence of all the people. They won't give it that vote of confidence, and the other people will not. In other words, half and half of our people will give their vote of confidence. And will the truth really being actually investigated? So each side, each parliamentary side will invite their people. All these conjectures and all this has been happening since the 7th of October. And ultimately there won't be a true report that we'll be able to draw conclusions from, which is the main aim of it. So you'll be able to amend things so that disasters that have happened will not be reiterated. In other words, this is really so important. And of course, what could possibly be the result of an establishment of a commission of inquiry like that, like the one that you just mentioned? I have been accompanying you since the second day of the various events and the horrific events, and we have been marching to many a place together and working. But other than the horrific family, terrible tragedy that you have suffered, you have become actually like a one-person commission of inquiry. I remember that you came with an exercise book that was already full of details to our studio, and since then I'm sure it's become multiple exercise books with all the details. So basically, yes, and you wanted that to be a civic state of inquiry. So I think not only have you experienced such a tragic event, but since that moment you have been pushing, and I'm asking you, why is it so important that it should be a state commission of inquiry? First and foremost, thank you for inviting me. I think it would be enough just to hear Professor Rosnai, my dear friend, the way he said in the few first sentences that he mentioned, to understand that at the moment this is a very sort of quiet civil war here in the state of Israel. And if you heard Amos Gilad and his panel in the first phase in the morning of this morning, in order to understand that everything was on the table, and because of arrogance and because of that kind of sin that we are suffering from, but more than anything because of ego that was running an entire country. And only that way can you understand, if you understand all those details, because everything is channeled in one direction, and there is no one, yes, a one-man state of inquiry, because no one has taken any steps to do it. And I understood that there are so many people around me who in their hands they have those nitty-gritty details that built and created the entire big picture. And they actually wrote the book for me, basically, because in that book that I wrote, in itself, it is the document that should be manifest in a state commission of inquiry, because we have to go long back into history, even long before my daughter Ronnie was actually recruited, with all the girls, if you're talking in Gaza, in Lebanon, or in the other arenas of this war, and the theaters of this war, and the front lines, because had those those steps been taken, if it was Hezbollah, the Jihad, and the civilians, yes, from Gaza, and the Hamas, they would have even got to Tel Aviv on Saturday morning had they carried out everything that they had planned and that was on the table, and all those girls sitting in those observation posts would have been the victims. So thank you to all those who put on their uniform and went down to fight in the south, because otherwise Rosh Hanikra, Haifa, and all the kibbutzim would have been attacked on the Lebanese border, like in the old north there, and we wouldn't have ever seen these people again because they would have been murdered. So that is why there has to be a state commission of inquiry, and no other constellation is acceptable, because no other commission of inquiry have the tools. And the public here must understand that any other commission of inquiry will not have the actual tools that would provide personal conclusions that should be taken by people in the government, people in the army, And that will only explain why my daughter Ronnie is no longer sitting with us today, and so many other people's, because Ronnie was there for months before that. And at home, she said, it's going to happen one day. We have seen the warnings. We've seen it on the cameras. And Ronnie spoke. She didn't give any sort of she didn't tell us any sort of confidential secrets, but she said it's going to happen. They know everything about us, the Hamas, and they are watching us, observing us. And so therefore the audience here must understand that every single day there were drones above Kfar Aza, the kibbutz Nachal Oz, and above the Black Arrow monument there, the entire south. There were drones sent from Gaza, and just that detail in itself is a topic for an entire commission of inquiry. Because if you go there now, on the western fence of Nachal Oz, the kibbutz, you can see the Hamasniks sitting there, wandering around there. And we have not learned any lesson. We have not learned a thing. You have to read that the data that we could see on Push this morning about those people who build up the actual observation towers on the borders, and those who are renovating the camps in the Gaza are from the Arab sector. So when you go into in other words, they are the ones who go into the IDF bases and rebuilding it. And if you look, before the 7th of October, it wasn't Einav, and it wasn't me or Yaniv or Lior who knew that. It was people who wanted to harm and hurt us. And that has to be amended in a Commission of State inquiry. Amos Gilad asked, I just wanted you to add something about this civic state of inquiry. There is so much information that you have revealed, that you have been exposed to, that you have not as yet actually exposed to us, but you have revealed it. One day before Ronnie, my daughter, went back to the base, it was just, we're talking about in Sukkot, there was a military drill of the Hamas. Yes, it was an annual drill that no one spoke about. And no one did a commission of inquiry about it. No one even did an investigation about it in the IDF. And I learned that IDF in those days where she wasn't there and she was considered to be just missing in action. But the moment that she did get back to the base during Sukkot, which is just 72 hours before the 7th of October, there was a surprise drill of the Gaza division who came, in other words, where it was a colossal failure because they came to try and see what would happen with the outposts, and they did not succeed in getting into Iftach, into our outpost there, but they did manage because the sentry was not there in Nachal Oz. And they went into the headquarters, the hot room, and they actually stole the key to where the ammunition was being stored. Yes, those are little details that have to be exposed and revealed and have to be there at a commission state of inquiry. It is not similar to anything else because no one will actually reveal this otherwise, and they should be punished for the fact that it happened, because if everything had been okay and they had performed their duty properly, then that day would have not happened. And IDF, for the 20 years in hindsight, we were really just sort of shooting at any porcupine on the border of Lebanon, but we were not really aware of what was happening. But we were so frightened of more missile and mortar missiles. But every time there was a round of missiles, then the girls from Nachal Oz in the observation tower couldn't go home. They weren't given their day off. And the people and the children were already totally in the pits because of the situation. They have to really upturn every stone and every niche and cranny to find out what was happening there. You're talking, if any of you would have stood for a moment on the western side of Kibbutz Alumim, Amos knows it well. And Tamir knows that region as well. But if any of you would have stopped and thought about what mountain range you're talking about and how it was being defended, then we should have a commission of inquiry about that. Had I known that my daughter would have brought my daughter to an area that was defined as something that was defined as Shetach Hashmada, which means extinction or annihilation terrain, then no parent would have let their daughters stay there. Had I known that I had brought her to an area that was defined as such, it was hidden from me. It was hidden and concealed from all the inhabitants of the area, but the mountain range Ali Montar, which is just at the area where the southern Sajayir is. It's exactly where Kfar Aza and the base is, and Kisufim, the kibbutz, and Mefalsim, sorry, not Kisufim. Eyal, thank you very much. I really do recommend that all of you read this document. Truly, there are things, not because I'm trying to sort of promote sales or something, but I think it's important for every Israeli citizen to read it. I think, Einav, I think you are the most sort of prominent symbol of the fight for the release of the hostages. I mean, you truly were called a tigress, a lioness. The release of your son and everyone's children and beloved friends. Now, Matan is back, but that struggle for the exposure of the truth is continuing, and you're fighting for it as well. And we spoke about it outside just before you came in. Why is it so important to really investigate and discover the truth hidden underneath everything? Can you all hear me?
First of all, thank you for inviting me to be here today. Matan came back home, but Matan came back home too late. He came back alive, but some did not return alive. Warriors who had fallen, civilians who had been murdered in the Gaza envelope communities on October 7th, and no one did me a favor by returning Matan home. I want to know why Matan experienced October 7th. Why was he taken from his bed, from a sovereign country in his pajamas, taken brutally and violently to captivity beyond the Israeli border, held there by a terror organization for 2 years? And when I, as a civilian, a simple, run-of-the-mill civilian, just like all the families of October 7th, demanded to know why it happened and how it happened, we've not been given any answers. Moreover, during these past 2 years, when I fought and all the families of the victims of October 7th fought for the release and return of the hostages and the end of the war, to prevent once again more soldiers of ours falling in battle, we witnessed a failure of a conduct by the political echelon, and it looks like the war has ended, but we still have one final dead hostage in Gaza, Rani, and we have not forgotten him, and we will not stop. But now that the war has ended, we are seeing the political echelon doing everything in its power to pass the ball, to not be held responsible and accountable for what happened here, this failure in this country, what happened to us. And it's even trying, and look, I'm not educated enough to say what kind of implications these actions by the political echelon is trying to do, trying to set up a mission of inquiry that is not a state mission of inquiry, but I view it as harm to Israel's national security, because if we don't have a state mission of inquiry set up, as we have said, with a judge from the Supreme Court that is appointed and gives the mandate to those who is supposed to be investigating this, how is it possible that in a country like ours, the person that is supposed to be looked into and inquired is the one who was making changes to the law, and all in order to pass the ball and give and assign responsibility to others? And I know the military echelon and the defense establishment, some of whom we have seen along these 2 years, who have quit their jobs, who have taken and held themselves accountable, and I understand there are others who are responsible too, but how is it that this person is now trying to sell us all these spins, all these stories, trying to tell us that it is going to be a commission that will be acceptable to the majority of this nation? No, we will not accept such a reality. They can continue in the time left for them to be in leadership. They can continue to play games over our heads, but it will not be long before we will hold them accountable. I don't need to be inquiring into the military or political echelon. I'm just a mother. Who am I? How can I? We're just parents. Our children were doomed to be part of this disaster. I, Eyal, and I must sit at home and be given the conclusions, whole volumes, thick books about the conclusions drawn by a state mission of inquiry and commission of inquiry, and we want them to also be held accountable. We don't want them to just, be given a slap on the wrist. They're talking about, trust and so on, but this is so much worse than that. Eyal and I should be sitting at home, all the families of October 7th Council, all the victims of October 7th, all the people of Israel should be sitting at home and getting the results, the conclusions of a state commission of inquiry, and any other attempt to try and intimidate the courts or any other organization, all of which are a part and are accountable for this and should be held responsible for this, is harming our security. Because what's going to happen tomorrow morning? Who can say that Natalie, my daughter, will want to go up north with her boyfriend, and then the same will happen again? If we haven't learned from this, how can we be calm about our children, about their future, about what we will leave behind when we are no longer here? Thank you, Einav. And before we just go around and get some of your final remarks, because I engage in this a lot in IPS, the delegitimization process that this government is trying to create for the Supreme Court is not just designed to expand its own powers and to be able to reign on high, but the delegitimization of the Supreme Court and its president are supposed to lead to him not being able to be objective enough to head a state commission of inquiry. So this is a very long and organized thought process. So to conclude, please, each of you, can you give me your final remarks? And then we're going to look ahead. We have 4 minutes left. So let's talk about the next weeks, months, and years. What will the situation be like? What should it be like in this struggle between the demand for truth and the government's demand to minimize the search for truth? Eyal. The demand for truth and the demand for justice will continue. We will continue this battle. This is a long battle, and I sit here in the audience and I see the people, the dear people, the people who have come here from overseas in the audience, and I'm saying to myself, what would have happened had we not had this disaster in this country of these people outside of Israel who are sitting here in the audience? Because in Australia, the Prime Minister decided to set up a state commission of inquiry because he understands that this that the mistakes need to be rectified. And it was his mistake. I never told anyone that Hamas was deterred. I never demanded suitcases full of money. I only sent my daughter Roni to the army, and the contract has been breached between me, the IDF, and the political echelon. And that is something that needs to be rectified. And I want to do that for future generations, for the children who are growing up here and have not yet left Israel with their parents. That's what I want to do. And we are full of strength, whether it's the October conference council that we have set up after the civil Commission of Inquiry, and whether it is the sane voice of the population here in Israel. And we will continue to fight. And Einav has expressed this so well. It is the struggle that will go and sift into the government, and I really truly hope that it will not be long before this government will collapse and we will be able to go into the actual process of rectification. Israel needs it, otherwise we have no right to exist. Thank you very much, Einav. The day Matan came home, I was forced, because of Hamas' request, to have a video call with him, and the ISA and intelligence recommended that I tell his captors that the war has ended, in order to ensure his return and the return of the other living and dead hostages. And the war has ended. But when we have a prime minister that constantly, from day one, from 6:29 a.m. on October 7th, 2023, has only been driven by his own personal interests and political interests, and sets aside strategic, matter-of-fact interests, and by law he is dragging his heels, and everything in his conduct means that our people is paying the price in blood, in life, and that is unbearable. And we will continue to demand our truth, and we will not give up until we will bring the rectification for the future generations. Thank you very much, Einav. Thank you. Just a few brief remarks. I want to say something about the trust, the public trust. We keep hearing that President Amit is not trusted, so he can't head this commission. Well, what are the implications for the upcoming elections? Because the chairman of the local committee is also a judge, so maybe we will not acknowledge the elections as well. This is where we're headed. And it's just like the child who murders his parents and then she says he's an orphan and cries. Well, they're trying to delegitimize all the fronts, all the Supreme Court judges, the entire system. It's not a matter of trust. We have a prime minister in power that does not want to know the truth. There's a reason why he's been in office for so long, longer than anyone else, and he has never set up a state commission of inquiry, even though there was the Carmel and Meron and the submarines. He has never set up a commission of inquiry, a state commission of inquiry, because he doesn't want to know the truth. It has nothing to do with President Amit. And we keep talking about political echelon, military echelon, the relations between them. Well, certainly there is personal accountability and responsibility that needs to be assumed by people in both places. But I want to say one more thing. Our members of Knesset, they are the ones who are now changing the law, who want to change the law. The members of Knesset are the ones who are supposed to oversee the government. Members of the Defense and Foreign Affairs Committee, when you heard the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense talking about this, why didn't you put a meeting together? Why didn't you inquire into this? Each and every one of the members of Knesset are also responsible, and they certainly cannot be the ones to change the laws now about who will investigate what. And one final point about the court. On principle, it is the authority and power of the government to set up a commission, but sometimes the authority becomes a duty. And under these circumstances, even though in the Vinograd Commission for the Second Lebanon War, a commission of inquiry was not forced, under these circumstances of the October 7th, the terrible disaster for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, any decision that is not a state commission of inquiry is just unreasonable. And I hope that this government, and hopefully the next government, if it won't happen, will set up a commission of inquiry, because if not, the court should enforce it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And just one final word, Lior. Please stop using the word ostensibly. Everything actually happened here. Everything is true. Not a single word was said here. Not a single letter is not true. So let's stop saying allegedly or ostensibly, because we are in a swamp and we must find our way out of it. Thank you all very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for taking part in this panel. And without a doubt, this is very difficult to exhaust in half an hour. We would now take a break. Please make sure that we keep the schedule. We have 25 minutes. Please be back here in time so we can continue. Thank you very much. housekeeping. First of all the sessions today are being broadcast live on the IPS website and on the IPS networks. And if God forbid there'll be a siren, a missile siren, please go out of this hall carefully, down the stairs and through this door, and hopefully we will not need to do that. Now let's get down to business. The first session of the second half of today will be led by Professor Boaz Ganor, President of Reichman University and one of the leaders of counterterrorism research. Boaz Ganor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Shai. I woke up very quickly and I will be speaking very quickly because Amos has only given me 12 minutes. And as Professor Reichman said, we will meet these very harsh deadlines. So, distinguished guest Professor Reichman and Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad. The title I gave to my presentation was given before this recent crisis began in Iran, but after Prime Minister Netanyahu's meeting in the United States, and I called it Iran a Devil's Advocate Overview. And let's already jump straight to the end and say that the subheading was, or should have been, and that's the conclusion I'd like to get to, is that a green light is not enough. Now let me explain the content itself. In 2009, I was on a sabbatical at Stanford, and I was given an invitation for a meeting at the White House with the National Security Advisor to the White House under President Obama. And I went to the meeting, and he surprised me by asking, would a yellow light be enough for Israel to make the decision to attack Iran? And I said modestly and uncharacteristically, I'm an expert on terror. Why are you asking me about Iran and nuclear? And you have the ambassador, you have the military attaché, the intelligence attaché. Why are you asking me? And he said, well, don't overestimate yourself. I asked them as well. Well, if you're asking for my opinion, I said, even a green light should not be enough for Israel to make the decision to attack Iran. And he was astounded. What? If the United States will give Israel the green light, you think Israel should not attack? And I said, yes, for 3 reasons. The first reason I said is, without being an expert on the Israeli Air Force, I believe that Israel is not capable of destroying Iranian nuclear on its own. It was true back in 2009, and I think it's still true, and it was proven to be true now. And it's also true right now as well. Israel can cause great damage, strategic damage, can take back and wind back the capabilities, but it cannot destroy without the active participation and leadership of the United States. The second reason is I know what the response will be. All the proxies were still in place back at the time, and I said the damage to Israel will be unprecedented. It will be unlike anything else we have ever known. And the third reason I said is, with all due respect, nuclear Iran is an existential threat to Israel. There's no doubt about that. However, it is an existential threat to many other countries in the Middle East as well. And I don't know why you expect here in the White House that Israel will take out this hot potato for all the countries in the Middle East and perhaps the whole world. Why should Israel pay all the prices? And why? Just because you gave us the yellow light? So he said, what should be done then? And I said, we need to establish, and I said it was the first time that we talked about it, the second NATO, led by the United States, and Israel will take part within this alliance because this effort should be a global effort led by the United States. And let me jump now to the 12-day war. I don't know what was behind the scenes, but I do want to say that if we went into this war, had we gone into this war without the Americans' agreement, without them saying that they will join us in the next phase, if that happened, if we went into it without getting the United States approval, that was reckless. And of course, this was an extraordinary opportunity for the State of Israel, an opportunity that was manifest in the fact that the Iranian proxies at the time were very weak, some non-existent, Hamas, Hezbollah, even the Houthis. The anti-aircraft, the Iranian anti-aircraft was actually stopped, it was put down, and we got the American green light. So, of course, this is like a constellation that, with all modesty and all due respect, you have to say it's a very difficult decision. But if you were to ask me, if the Americans did not say in the situation that they will go into the war in the second phase, this war should not have taken place. And why? Because what I thought back in 2009 was proven to be true in this 12-day war. First of all, the ability to create enriched uranium was not destroyed, despite the collaboration with the United States. And of course, this collaboration was not huge, but this uranium enrichment capability was not destroyed. The ability to make bombs was not impacted at all. I'm talking about the 450 kilograms of enriched uranium that, from what I know at least, from open materials, are still there and can still be used to make bombs. All the other facilities and the people who were killed are all replaceable. It's not the achievement needed, and the motivation for revenge has now skyrocketed. So we shouldn't underestimate, of course, the remarkable achievements of the IDF and the Israeli Air Force in this 12-day war, and anyone who took part in making the decisions, these operative decisions, but the required achievement was not made. We should not delude ourselves that that it has. And what does that mean for us today? And I'm now talking about this is before the domestic crisis in Iran. I prepared these talking points before then, but I will talk about the crisis underway as well. And I think the conclusion drawn from what I've said is that we don't go into a war if we don't know how we're going to come out of it. In Israel, we have to plan the points of exit too, and this war, unlike the Iron Swords War, is an existential one. And therefore the consideration must be far deeper, far more profound than any other consideration in any other wars we've known. The second thing is that we must remember that Iran is a huge country that has lasted for 8 years in constant battle with missiles from one capital to another between Iraq and Iran. It has the ability, it can withstand it. It can withstand this much longer than Israel can. And of course, the domestic crisis changes the rules of the game. It's a game changer. And it brings many more considerations into play. But if you ask me, the domestic crisis only reinforces the reason why Israel should not now wage war against Iran. The conclusion is that a green light is not enough. We need U.S. leadership and collaboration with Israel, certainly today. We should not attack. We should be smart. We should wage war cleverly. And I'd like to conclude. I promised that I would meet the schedule. And I would like to connect what I've just said to the panel that I listened to attentively at the beginning of this morning, talking about deception, with Farkash and the other colleagues who talked about the reasons for the deception and so on. But they forgot one very big reason why deception was successful. It is the main reason. It is the reason of all reasons. And you know what it is? Hybris, ego. That is the main explanation. The Israeli culture, this ego, which underestimates the enemy. That is why we had an intelligence failure. This ego is overestimating the IDF's operational capabilities, and this ego is ignoring signs because it's going to be okay. The Israeli culture is a we know better culture. Bibi Netanyahu knows better than Khalifa. Khalifa knows better than the military intelligence. The military intelligence knows better than the ICT. And each of my experts at the ICT knows better than anyone else. That's how we were born and raised. And until that changes, this hubris, continue to be surprised and continue to make decisions that ultimately may end up being fateful decisions for the State of Israel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ganor, for your fascinating, thought-evoking words in general, but especially at this time. And I think in a direct continuation, I would like to expand the discussion of Iran, and now it's even more challenging and thought-evoking. So, Major General in Reserves, Professor Amos Gilad, Mr. Gideon Frank, the former head of the Israel Atomic Energy Commission, senior fellow at the Institute for Policy and Strategy, Dr. Tamar Gindin at the Esri Center, Haifa University, and Ambassador Jeremy Issachar, former Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in the Republic of Germany, and senior fellow at the Institute for Policy and Strategy. Please join us. Thank you very, very much for coming today. Amos, I'm going to start with you. We can see what's been happening over the last 17 days in Iran, and we know exactly what they do, and they're trying to rehabilitate their defense and assault capabilities, while in the background, of course, America might attack or might not. How do we actually sort of cope or stand here with the conflict? Well, hello once again. Iran are the main threat against Israel, as it was said. Yes, definitely the head of the snake, and we have to get rid of it. It's easy to say, harder to actually implement. And yes, of course, every time we talk about it, it is a historical event, of course, that, I mean, if you look at what is happening, the Iranians react as expected with a horrific bloodshed and their riots in the streets. They're literally willing to kill everyone and let them soak in the blood shed that they spill. I mean, if we talk about the Iran-Iraq war, it went on for 8 years, and that was a very a horrific war, and of course their atrocious conduct. I would not be surprised, I mean, let's see what happens, but I believe that President Trump may enable some kind of negotiations with Iran, and they're absolute champions, and we've learnt that over thousands of years of history, and the Iranians will try to rehabilitate themselves, but at least there's an awareness nowadays to the president Iranian of who it is, and President Trump, who's a true personality, and I'm not sure whether Intel is trying to find out and explore what he's going to do, and one should never denigrate him. And yes, if we're talking about the word hubris and what it actually, I detest it. I think it is really fateful. It really blocks your pipes of thought and channels of thought. And the regime is a wounded a sort of tiger at the moment. And so, yes, his brother was killed. Azadin Haddad, yes, he's a historical figure, and he's definitely still functioning, but this is a regime that is really sort of deeply set there, and it has remained and still is a very, very treacherous enemy with capabilities. Unfortunately, trust Khamenei. They start with a fatwa that you're not allowed, it's prohibited to use nuclear weapons, but there are still issues of miracles. Did anyone estimate that the states did they assess that they would attack with us as they did, the Americans? Well, they did. So it is forbidden to let them continue, because if you look at their history, there are proxies as well. Soleimani literally on account of sovereign states, and they have ballistic and nuclear capabilities. So we have to be very cautious about them. And I think the best way is to remain silent about it, and that is the wisest thing to do. And despite all the kind of sort of the way they are trying to get us to act, but if they do attack us, I don't believe, I think that this is actually appropriate to what they really intend to do. I don't believe they will do it. But we also have the international system, and we have to think about the various long-range issues, which is a very difficult issue. So I think we have to learn many lessons about our regional wisdom. Yes, you have to integrate wisdom and military actions. One on its own is not enough. So yes, definitely alliance with Saudi Arabia, as was said in English a little while ago. Tamar, could you continue? One question that I'd like to split into two. What has changed in this period, in this protest as opposed to other protests and demonstrations? Will the regime fall? Well, first of all, I'm not a prophet, but one question, and I certainly could take me an hour and a half. No, but this demonstration started with something different. The first demonstration actually really hit out hard at Pahlavi as a leader. And he started lecturing and speaking all over the world, in Europe, even in Israel, by the way, but I won't voice an opinion on that. But here you've got everyone on the 8th of December 24. The proxies, by the way, sort of was disrupted, but we're talking about from 2009, 2010, you're talking about leakages, really initial real evidence and testimonies. So they brought people in that would really fight against it. But after the proxy sort of whole thing collapsed, then they announced the parliaments that they're going to be riots, and they don't know how to actually suppress them. But after that, you can see how the government is actually, the regime is trying to make things a little more moderate. They're trying to sort of brand themselves as Iran rather than, this sort of traditional time. And they're trying to make things a little more lenient about the women wearing their covers. But in 2024, boy, were they executing people, over 900 people. In September, it was over 1,000. So there were 2,000 executions of people who objected to them. I'm not even going to talk about people going from house to house. And really, it was horrific. But now, the situation is very significant. All the successful revolutions until 1976, for example, the bazaar had clout. The fact that they were loyal to the actual regime, but Trump's promise gave them a tailwind. It gave them credit to do things that we have not seen in the past, unprecedented. In Iran, there were 25 mosques that were burned down, other than other ones around the country. And we're talking about really the rebels and those who are demonstrating are really showing daring, and they are being much bolder. And you have to look at the minorities as well. They're talking about not only what they do not want, but they're talking about what they do want. They want Pahlavi. For example, we're talking about followers and all the tweets. That was before they closed down the internet. But you're talking about uniting together, unifying around a specific person, a specific leader. But what he has done is he's given a kind of credit sort of framework that they are paying with their lives, and they're dying in the streets. So there's going to be, I believe, in 2026, we're going to see a record number of executions, even higher than before. So Jeremy, I'd like the next question to be to you. What is President Trump going to do? Every day he says if they continue killing and executing and punishing, he will do something, or will perhaps he do something different and reach some kind of agreement, perhaps with very strict terms? What will then happen? The simplest answer is all of the possibilities are possible. All the options that you mentioned. So let us now go down to really the nitty-gritty of what you said, actually. I mean, the Trump said, the president of Iran has said that he will not hurt the people who are actually demonstrating, but Al-Akchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has said that he is willing to actually consider negotiation. But we know that there have been various options, kinetic ones as well. But on the news I saw it, and of course we live on very unclear media about what's really happening. Of course there's no internet, but Trump said that there's going to be tariffs of 25% on import and export from Iran. But I think in the present situation, the United States' capability to massively attack in Iran, of course, just to use military force, should achieve political achievement in Iran, a regime thing. But you need such forces to really have this massive military campaign. The other option, which I think might be possible, whether it's desirable or not, is there should be a kind of surgical, limited attack against the symbols of their regime, and of course the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, maybe all sorts of kind of targets that would be supported by the states. Of course, there is a possibility that there may be negotiations, a dialogue. After all, we've been accompanying them over many years. They're very good at actually biding their time and doing it well. So we have to be very, very careful that suddenly the President Trump's might suddenly reach a big and beautiful agreement with them vis-à-vis nuclear capabilities, which as far as we're concerned will never suffice. I mean, it's important, but not enough. But the missile issue is a really critical issue. So President Trump might go in the direction of that kind of agreement and abandon that struggle and give legitimization to the actual regime. But he may choose something else that might have an impact and a detrimental impact again on us. I mean, the Iranians said if they're going to be attacked by the Americans, we will get hit in return. So we have to be ready for any possible scenario in the next few days.
With your permission, let's stop talking for a moment about the protests and talk more about SSM and nuclear. From what you've known, what you've read in open sources in the last 7 months, in what condition, what's the state of affairs of this project, this nuclear program, and is it the same as it was back in the day in terms of its threat to Israel? Let's begin with the first question. First of all, what is the state of the current nuclear program in Iran? Well, they were hit hard when it comes to the leaders and when it comes to their capabilities. But we have to be very careful because we really have to analyze exactly what was lost. Now, when we do that, and this is all from from open sources and open information, I have no other sources at the moment. 3 large facilities, Fordo, Isfahan, and Natanz, were hit very hard great damage was done to them. They are not being rebuilt. Doesn't mean that there's nothing there. That's not true. And I will soon talk about the quantities of uranium. Enriched uranium is probably still in all three facilities in some sort of distribution. Nobody knows, but it's probably there. What they've destroyed in these areas is the ability to enrich to a certain extent. We don't know exactly to which extent, to what extent. But here we have taken into account that there is already 400 kilos enriched to 60%. Now, the higher it's enriched, the easier it is to get. From 0.7 to 3%, it's a lot of work. From 20 to 60, it's a lot less work. From 60 to 90, it's no work at all. If you already have centrifuges, don't even have to have too many of them. You can do it within a week or two. So the gap now is quite short in terms of the time needed, in terms of the effort required. Is there even enrichment capability there? Well, that's unclear. Very unclear. And when you look a little deeper, you see that in these large centers, when it comes to enrichment, it doesn't look like they're rebuilding anything. However, when you look at the broader picture, that's being reported, of course, you see that there are two places that they're investing a lot in. The first is a place where they will be able to continue perhaps enriching. In Isfahan, there is a certain place, a good place to do so, but it's not clear whether they are. There's a well-protected area there that is under mountains where it will be very difficult to target, and there are too many entrances and very well protected tunnels. So if we're asking about where they're going to have the facility, well, they have one. Who can enrich? Who can use these as centrifuges? Of course, the knowledge is there, but do they have the capability? There are signs that there is. If you go to the question of, let's assume they have the capability and they have enough enriched uranium, will they be able to make a weapon out of it? Weaponization, as the Americans call it. Well, the answer here is not clear. It's not really these three centers. It's Parchin and areas such as that. And Parchin, well, strange things are happening there. There was a large facility there that this year we've destroyed quite substantially, but they're building something new. You can see it. You can see a facility being built. And the aim of it is to try and use explosives and whatever is needed for nuclear weapons. And what's not clear is how long this will take. They can't do anything quickly. You have to understand, they don't have too many leaders. Many of the things that were destroyed, they will have to bring from overseas. They don't know how to do everything on their own, but their determination and the way they view time is completely different. So it'll take 6 months or 5 years. The point is that they have left enough traces on the ground to continue enriching and to develop the weapons. And that is something that needs to be taken into consideration, because we must not err and think that they have seen such damages and this is all obliterated. That is not true, but it will take time, a long time. Okay, if you talked about the time aspect, the time dimension does play a part here, unlike Iran. So let's have focused responses. Jeremy, let me begin with you. In view of what we have heard and the nuclear program and what is happening in Iran, and in view of the fact that as long as the current regime remains in power, the extreme ideology against Israel will not change. What should Israel's policy be at the present time vis-a-vis the multidimensional Iranian threat? Well, first of all, as far as we're concerned, as I've mentioned, we need to be prepared for any possible scenario. But at the same time, I think that we shouldn't at present consider any military option. If anything, and I'll talk about it in a moment on the political level, diplomatic level, but no kinetic option, unless two things happen. One, if the Iranians will attempt or will prepare a tangible threat to Israel's direct security, or a possibility if the Americans will decide to go to kinetic military option, if they ask for our assistance at a certain stage. Having said that, I would not have touched any of that at present militarily. We should let what's happening, and I'm letting the domestic area be discussed, letting Tamar discuss the domestic area to let things happen on their own. Perhaps the regime will be toppled as part of these occurrences, or perhaps not. And I think that everything is really open. Anything can happen. So, first of all, we need to, of course, be completely coordinated and aligned with the Americans. I think that at present, we must continue to think about other options that do not leave a footprint, an Israeli footprint that can perhaps help the movement, the anti-regime movement, and we may also need to, I think we need to continue with this interim situation in Lebanon to break down Hezbollah, to disarm it, continue this process, and at this point I would reinforce and bolster our dialogue with the Syrian regime in order to reinforce our options there for the future. I think that, again, of course, I would go back. I think all of us here on this stage remember well the very intense dialogue we had with the Europeans on Iran and the importance of learning from them how they assess the situation. This is a very touch-and-go situation. It can go either way, and we need to prepare not only for the military options, but for the possibility that the Americans will consider an agreement that does not meet Israel's security needs. And ultimately, Israel's security needs should not be established on this basis or another basis because of the Americans, but on what the government and the Israeli defense establishment views as the correct policy that protects our national security. So if we're going to talk about Israeli policy tomorrow, what should Israel do today in view of the protests in Iran, or anything that we do, or will anything that we do on the public front be counterproductive? Well, yes, it's true that anything we'll try to do publicly will have outcomes here or there, because Israel is not exactly the most popular kid on the block. Maybe Iran is the only one that is less popular than Israel at the moment. Iran absolutely admire Bibi. Every time there is a targeted killing, everyone in Iran is going and saying, "Thank you, Bibi, thank you for killing these people, thank you for doing this job for us." I don't think we should be killing Khamenei. I don't think we should be making him into a shaheed. We should not be allowing the Republic of Iran to elect someone who is better for them to run their country. Israel is the one place where these protests is very much covered. The Iranians are very disappointed by the coverage elsewhere, because Gaza was covered so much, and even the global left was helping Gaza and was protesting for Gaza, whereas nothing is happening for Iran. The world is even believing the propaganda issued by the regime that the protesters are actually being funded by external sources and they are extremists. So if we do anything, it shouldn't be sort of under our own name. We need to maybe raise awareness. If we do anything, we should help, but not intervene. And it's a very, very thin line between intervention and helping. And Iran knows all about nufuz, which is both impact and infusion and intervention. And they are afraid of intervention on the one hand, but on the other hand, they are crying out for help. And as I've said, that is the credit line given by President Trump. So we need to help. I don't know, maybe not Israel, maybe we need to impact Trump to not reach a diplomatic solution, because a diplomatic solution for the Iranians means that a wounded tiger will be ruling over them, and that is more dangerous than everything. Well, we could ask Niv Sultan for help if need be. But Gidon, as for the agreement that is hovering in the air, what are the chances, what are the risks and opportunities when it comes to a new agreement between the United States and Iran? That's a very complicated question. I can't answer it in 3 or 30 minutes. I'm sorry, says Lior. Okay, well, when coming out of the JCPOA, we do have some model in place. We know the errors that were made there. First of all, that it is over. Second, it made assumptions that if they do agree to anything, then after 10, 12, 13 years, they will be much closer and similar to the Western countries. So many things in the agreement are kind of going down. But it's all nonsense, really, because the Persians' timelines are in hundreds of years. So it doesn't matter if it takes up to 2031. That's not a deadline. It doesn't matter if it takes up to 2081. So if we want to look, then we can look at the JCPOA and say, could the JCPOA have been turned into something better? The answer is yes. First of all, not to allow Iran to enrich. Plain and simple, not to allow it. It's so inconceivable. Look at European countries, great European countries, far more developed than Iran, that are building reactors, but they do not engage in enrichment. They buy it from outside. You want to know which countries? I can give you a list of countries, and it's a very long list. There are very, very few countries who engage in enrichment. So if the cover story is producing electricity, that's nonsense. You don't need to enrich uranium to do that. The second thing is, it is inconceivable that all other terrible actions carried out by Iran just go unpunished. They can use all of their allies and proxies against Israel. No, that should be in the agreement. And I'm not even talking about whether it's practical or not, but if you're asking me about what the agreement should look like, the agreement should first of all forbid enrichment at all. They cannot engage in enrichment. They can have reactors to produce electricity under certain circumstances, and this agreement should not have a deadline, should not end ever. And the second thing should be that they cannot exert pressure or make problems for Israel with its neighbors. So it's inconceivable that they have representatives and proxies making war and they're just sitting back and enjoying it. No way. Is it possible? Yes, but not very practical, unfortunately. But forbidding enrichment, that I think should be a requirement. Will they do it? I'm not sure. And will the leader even agree to go in this direction? Because we know that he has rejected it. But reality has changed. Amos, with your permission, the final question is, do you think the war against Iran is inevitable, and in view of the possibility that is hovering over our heads that we may be dragged into yet another round against Iran in the near future, how should we prepare for it? Look, is it inevitable? Nothing is inevitable. It's a decision to be made. The decision I would make today is to join forces with the United States. We don't have enough political wisdom. That's very disappointing. I'll give you an example. On a very popular channel, they said that we are warning the United States so that they will not be cheated by Iran. I think that is terrible. Even hubris is not a good word. It's a type of arrogance that is also being issued by channels that are resonating this. We should be silent. We should say nothing. That's the first thing. The second thing is we're currently at a point in time where we need to align ourselves with the U.S. Especially with this president, he has strategic instincts. I do not underestimate him, and he has become our real leader. What he says is what we do, and that's why I would do several things. First of all, if he's going towards an agreement, make sure that this agreement will be far better, one that can be overseen, and with intelligence exchange, we can also show where it's becoming breached. And the Iranians, their timeline, as has been said here, is thousands of years. For them, 15 years is like yesterday. 50 years is like 15 seconds from now. So it's a completely different concept of time. But after all the attacks, I want to remind you, even in the attack and in defense, in the last conflict, the regional alliance built here by the United States, CENTCOM and all the Arab countries, this architecture also in practice, operationally, has been very helpful to us. Now, do we have any alternative to the cooperation with the United States? I don't think so. Will we attack alone if the United States will tell us not to? We'll be left alone. And the Iranians, all the power they have, can definitely damage us. And if you have no other option, you attack. But otherwise, I would be silent. I would align ourselves with the United States. And if we go to an agreement, and I would not be surprised, because what do you mean if Khamenei says? Khamenei says, and Arakchi goes to Witkoff and talks to him. So what? Arakchi talks to Witkoff on his own? No. He's saying no, but then he's actually meaning yes, and he's sending somewhere else. And if he fails, okay, he'll be blamed. I think the wisdom would be to align ourselves with the United States, to join forces with them, to learn the lessons from what's been happening, and to reach a situation where if we do remain with this terrible current Iranian regime, at least let's develop the capabilities, let's learn the lessons, let's bolster our intelligence exchange. And another thing that has to do with other sessions that we've had today, we also need to heal ourselves. We have to become more nationally resilient. We're going to send the same soldiers again. We have to meet such a series of problems, fundamental issues that have to depend on leadership. So inevitable, instead another word I would use, what I would use is wisdom. Wisdom needs to be taken into action. Amos, Gidon, Jeremy, Tamar, thank you very much. We have actually met the schedule, so we have yet to finish. This is not over yet.
Thank you very much to Shai and all the panelists. I think one of the main topics that we deal with, like every year, that I think always sort of worries the Israeli society is the equality of the actual burden and the recruiting, of course, the drafting into the army. So I would like to invite Major General in Reserves Dan Harel, former Deputy Chief of the IDF and former Director General, Israeli Ministry of Defense, who was really burning the midnight oil dealing with this topic. And we're going to have a very, very interesting panel on this. And, of course, he will introduce the panelists. How do I use this? If you could just show me the presentation for a moment. I'm going to talk about the Haredi draft into the army, but only from a security, military point of view. I'm not going to relate to social issues like that equality of the burden, or about various ways of actually promoting their joining the workforce. But I'd like to go back to the War of Independence. And then ultimately, the final solution, I'd like to cut to the end kind of thing, so that I won't really do an introduction. If we do not draft the Haredi to the Israel Defense Forces, our existence in the Middle East is in doubt. And I will explain it as I go along. In 1948, what you see is a whole line of Haredis training, including their drafting in 48. All this was done with the permission of and the agreement of all the chief rabbis, including Rabbi Uziel, Herzog, Kuzinski, and the 5 biggest yeshivot. And there was an opinion from including the rabbi from Briz, Chazon Ish, and Rabbi Shlofer, all of the leaders, that they could because of the existential threat. And yes, there were various preconditions and prerequisites that it would be without women, etc. But more or less, that was the situation then. Now, what am I going to talk about? So I think it presents itself. I think that you don't even need to read out, but this is the table of contents, what is my prologue, and a little sort of historic look, and what the needs of the IDF. My prologue is what happened on the 7th of October. At the moment, there's a whole argument and discussion because there is no State Commission of Inquiry, as we heard. And I just want to remind you all that anything I said, you have to remember that the 7th of October should be a flag showing us what happened. The IDF is a small army. On the 7th of October, if we're talking about the combatant battalions were sort of spread, were deployed just near Syria, Judea and Samaria, in the Arava, Lebanon, near Egypt, etc. But in a total situation of a surprise and shock, about between 5,000, 6,000 Nukhbag, Islamic Jihad, and other looters and killers, they hit out at about 600 soldiers, because lots of them were at home because of the religious holiday, and all the others of the Orbat were either at home or whatever. And this led us to the greatest catastrophe of the State of Israel, where people were murdered, raped, killed, 1,200 civilians, and 254 people were taken hostage. They were abducted forcefully. So tactfully, you can say that, yes, an atrocity took place because of a failed intel report, and unfortunately, there wasn't a coordination between the threat. I mean, that's the tactical threat. There were more sort of deeper other reasons, but I'm just voicing my opinion. From a systemic point of view, we're talking about an enormous failure in the understanding of the terrorist organizations having been metamorphosed into armies, not just guerrilla fighters, armies. From a strategic point of view, I am related to the holding or the containment kind of theory that was actually shown to, that was taught as if to the military and the intel and others who believed it and accepted it. But if you look at the entire system, there was an ongoing failure of our government in the allocation of resources that would be in accordance with what was needed by the army because of the threats it was facing, which brought about a diminishing of the size of the actual combatant battalions and numbers. In other words, 10 million citizens in the State of Israel with an army that is 50% smaller than when it only had 3.5 million population. In other words, the army is too small. So people keep dragging the blanket as if to the other direction, not where there's a bigger threat, but where it is more important. So if you think that issues are less burning, suddenly they are lacking. So if you're talking about the Chief of General Staff battalion, the reserve battalion, was sent to the Judean Samaria on Thursday afternoon because there were riots there and there was a threat there. So that is what happens when everyone is pulling the blanket in their direction to cover them up. So what is missing? Money. Okay, we'll be able to allocate it. There's no problem. And I'm telling you, because I know, and I've really served in different governments, and you just have to decide what your priorities are. Where is the problem, though? There is a kind of community culture of different sectors in our society that that have decided about these draft issues and dragging it in their directions. The question is whether we'll be able to generate a change even when the topic is actually an existential threat against our country. And that is the situation at the moment. So if you didn't see the headlines over the last 2 years, then I'm just sort of enlightening you about it. So I would just like to talk to you about the Haredi draft. The Haredim used to, until 1977, they used to be drafted until Rabbi Schacht and Rabbi Gur came to Prime Minister Begin and said they have to save the world of Torah. And Begin perhaps didn't understand exactly what he was doing, and he said, okay, don't draft them. And later on, from 77 onwards till 99, there were various appeals to actually the appellate court, but they were not accepted. They were not approved. And so the appellate court said that there ought to be a law actually legislated on that topic, and the Tal one spoke about a specific year with no enforcement. By the way, there were barely any who were drafted. And then later, after there were extensions and extensions and extensions, they said, come on, legislate a different law. So it was a very quiet law. Don't forget that a legislation like that takes years. And because of that, it didn't work, and they were not drafted. So when it expired, that Shaked law, then the government was told it was an instruction not to draft them. So again, there was an appeal, and just for fair revelation, just to expose things and full disclosure, it was decided that every civilian, not even Jewish, at the age of 18 must be drafted. They must join the army. So we're within it, in the depths of it, since 1998, in this process. We're now 2026. Just think how many laws and energy has been dedicated to what people actually perceive as political sort of drills and tricks. So the size, the dimensions after the Iron Swords War, we have to understand what is the size that is necessary of our army in order to actually supply the true security. The IDF has lost an entire division. Yes, there are some of the wounded who are going back to fight, but unfortunately, we know how hard that is for them. We lost over 1,000 and tens of thousands wounded. They have not as yet been recognized, by the way, as veterans, as wounded veterans of the war. But so how did we actually reach on all these fronts any achievements? Well, it's because we recruited hundreds of thousands of reservists while detrimentally affecting their families, their businesses, honestly, dismantling families. Hundreds of days. And the regulars, of course, which as if we sort of really dragged it out. And then the moment they do get out, again they get another order to join again. So there's a problem. And just by the way, the regular army, you're actually cutting back on the training. There aren't enough training sessions, if at all, by the way. Which leads me to the conclusion that if someone wants to drag out with such a small army for a long period of time, like it's been going on in this war for over 2 years, then what we need it's incumbent upon us to draft a much higher number of people. And before war, we need at least more 3 divisions. At least 1 ought to be regular, 2 perhaps in reserves, so that, you know, for 9 months they are bombing the north because there isn't a free division that they can actually move to the north. So I sort of put a kind of illustration here that I have prepared. It's my own responsibility, by the way. But here you can see sort of various deterrence territories or spaces within Lebanon, in Lebanon itself and in Syria itself. In other words, deterring. In other words, it's very similar to what exists nowadays. And in order so that we'll meet the requirements, we need at least dozens of battalions in addition. So here, this is from the Knesset's R&D Center. And just have a look at the numbers that they have written here. About men, women, and we're talking about the army. Nearly 90% of the state schools do actually join, but all the rest don't. I mean, it's very similar, by the way, with the religious state schools. That's quite a high percentage as well. But the Haredis do not. All those educational networks that are not under the auspices of the actual government are not drafted. Maybe 7 or 9% of them are. And then what happens? What is the distribution now? 25%, I'm only looking at Jews, 25% of the 18-year-olds are Haredis. In 10 years, it's going to be 30% of the population. And in 25 years, or 24 years to be precise, it's going to be between 40 and 50% of our population. I simply don't know, I'm sorry, how to press the cursor, so I'm sorry. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty. I haven't got a mouse here. Forgive me, says the speaker. So I want you just for a moment to look at that. If we're talking about on the axes of age and percentage, how society is, the Haredi society is developing, and how all the other sectors of our population are developing. So you can see that nowadays so many Haredi children are being born in comparison to other sectors of our population. And if you look at it, you can see, this is in 2024, you can see how this is developing and what the meaning of these percentages and figures are. What does it mean when the Haredis are increasing by 4.2% as compared to the general Jewish population of 1.4%? So basically, they are doubling their size every 17 years, and the seculars are doubling their size only every 80 years. And all in all, the actual population, the Jewish population, is doubling itself only by 40% every 40 years. So the youngsters up to the age of 18 in the Haredi are 57% in comparison to 16%. Sorry, I stand corrected, says the speaker. It is 16% as compared to 36% in the secular. and Haredi population. Is that little bell ringing for me to complete my... Okay, this is my last slide. Please. What it says is a summary and conclusions. We need an ORBAT that would enable 3 front lines in 3 different arenas of this war, and of course only then can we actually promise this kind of security. To continue relying just on our reservists, how we have done over the last 2 years, is not sustainable. That is obvious to everyone. It is a given. It is incumbent to increase the resources to the army, and I say it every year. There are bitter battles about how much money there is, how much is needed, and the money for the defense needs has really been stagnating for many years, and we need so many soldiers, boots on the ground. The sources in all the Jewish sector are really being exhausted, 90%. So after so many years of these political settlements, there is no alternative. The only alternative would mean that we continue bringing in the reservists, but we can't continue doing that. They are collapsing. You're talking about 3+ years for the regular army. And so from the point of view of security, society, economy, could actually bring about the collapse and the crash of Israel's national security. It's not an issue of equality or economy. If we don't have enough soldiers, that's not someone we can bring from, not people we can bring from Thailand. You can't bring foreign soldiers.
Thank you very much, Dan Harael. This next panel will continue with what Dan has said. I will invite the panelists and then we'll say a few words. The first is Yonatan Shalev, founder of Shoulder to Shoulder, a grassroots movement of reservists advocating for equal military service across Israeli society. Ms. Lali Deri, it's a great privilege to have you here, mother of Sergeant Major Saadia Yaakov Deri of blessed memory, and a media and policy activist. Rabbi Yair Paran, principal of Shacharit Middle School, Jerusalem, an activist for equal shouldering of the burden, and also the great-grandchild of Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, and attorney Ayelet Hashachar Saido, founder and head of the Mothers on the Frontline movement, also advocating for equal military service. Thank you all for coming. In order to begin this discussion and following what Dan has said, I would like to give you some data. Beside the fact that this is, of course, dividing Israeli society from within, we also have legal issues pertaining to this. Is the government meeting court judgments and decisions? There is economic data. There is the huge number of reserve duty days that reservists are doing, and what has impacts their families, their workplaces, the financial burden of the market is actually dealing with, due to data from the Bank of Israel, millions of shekels, because of those who perform reserve duty do not work. Another finding here comes from the fact that hundreds of thousands of ultra-Orthodox men are not being drafted but are still getting their benefits, which creates a huge deficit. These are huge amounts, and if you bring them all together, you get intolerable numbers. One quote just before we talk to you: the Bank of Israel has recently published a regular notice because of this law, and Because of this, the drafting of ultra-Orthodox men has become an issue of macroeconomic impact. We need less reservists and more ultra-Orthodox men. That will lead to 9 billion shekels more in the budget if we do that. So I'd like to begin with you, Ayelet. You have founded mothers on the front line, and we have a shared history as well, and you have been combating this issue, and you go to almost all the meetings of all the committees in the Knesset, and you publish a lot of data, and it's important to hear what you have encountered, what you've come across. How do you view the current state of affairs? Look, first of all, Mothers on the Front Line was established in April 2023, before October 7th. We demanded that the ultra-Orthodox be drafted, and I want to say one thing. If I'm able to do one thing today, is let's not say equal military service. There's no such thing. A burden is something that is subjective. My son can be in Gaza from day to night and feel that he's doing something important. Another soldier can be on the back in the and on the home front and feel that they're not doing much. So it's our duty. And we, in April 2023, Mothers on the Front Line went out to Gallant and we said, look, we're an existential threat, and I heard we are all going to die. And I had my son drafted to the IDF a month ago, and I realized that the IDF is small but not very smart. And we asked to have more people drafted far before October 7th, because we knew there's not enough human resources. And when my son was drafted in May, my son said, we're here alone on the border, we're on our own. And that was also true before. So the High Court of Justice decision was given in July 2023. It wasn't issued after October 7th. The enforcement was given a year later, together with my friend Major General in Reserves and her. So we're doing this together. And I want to tell you that at the beginning we were told, when we started out, they said Torah protects and saves. When we proved it's not true, they said, okay, so we want them to go in and come out still ultra-Orthodox. So we set up Chashmonaim. And this morning we heard the problem is the women. You know, there's no end to it. Since 1986, in the Bejerano decision, when a civilian said, I am not worth less than this man. He cannot have the right to live, and I must sacrifice it. It's inconceivable that when I went to court, I said there's an ultra-Orthodox mother, and a scared mother. The scared mother no one listens to, but the ultra-Orthodox woman can imagine grandchildren around the dining room table. And I have to know that I must sacrifice, I must give my child to the IDF, and may God help me that he will stay alive. And this discrimination makes no sense. This morning we heard Gafni say that he's not going to listen to the Supreme Court, and Mothers on the Front Line have actually written an appeal demanding that all the rabbis who incite for the last 3 years against the IDF, against the State of Israel, against the drafting, and this incitement is being done with arrogance on every stage, and it's not something that's just civilian. I am a believer, I'm not religious, but I do believe in God, and I only have the Creator, I have no one else. But this is really something that is just sacrilegious. So we've demanded their arrest, but it's not being done, because as long as the rabbis will incite against drafting and against the state, it doesn't matter which law will be passed, nothing will happen. We need the rabbi to say, I'm stepping away from this, go to the army. And this is what I don't understand. And I understand the rabbis have gotten to the end. We have beaten them with every lie they have said, we have disproven it, and with us there's a very brave woman, a bereaved mother, who has proven with the education that she gave her child and what she gives in her home and the public that she represents, that there is no contradiction. On the contrary, if you want to empower your Torah learning, go to the IDF. How is it that we have let the ultra-Orthodox lie manage us so much that we have lost twice? First of all, we don't have spiritual protection because what they're doing is harming us. And the second thing is we don't have physical protection. Second, also, I looked into the empirical data, and when there were 400 Torah studies in 1948, 1,000 in 1997, towards 74 we grew, but since the 1980s, when Begin opened the yeshiva enterprise, we've been going down, and on October 7th, 700 war days with Hamas, and we cannot beat them, we cannot defeat them. So the ultra-Orthodox lie is one thing. If you want to sit at home and do nothing, say I want to sit at home and do nothing. Don't use my Torah, my Judaism, in order to do so. So that's why now the ultra-Orthodox have really nothing true to tell us, nothing genuine to tell us, but they won't listen. Thank you very much, Ayelet. Following what you've said, you've used the word to give your child to the army, and I think that the real price, the worst price, highest price anyone can pay, a mother's child to the state, you have paid, Lali. You can't pay more than that. But from where you are as a bereaved mother, but also as a woman who comes from a religious Zionist family, a national, maybe from the right wing, but it's not really a political discussion. It's a discussion about the essence of the state of Israel. And you have been fighting for equal military service. And that's a voice that is important to be heard. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to speak here today. Look, Saadia was a yeshiva boy, a yeshiva student. For 11 years he attended yeshiva, from morning until night time. But early in the morning he would also work because he didn't want to only be paid for studying Torah. That's what the Maimonides said. So he would give away newspapers and a scooter because he didn't have money for a car, and he wanted to be ordained as a rabbi. And he only passed one exam because he was killed, but he passed with flying colors. He was a great scholar. And when he went out on Simchat Torah on October 7th from our house, he was dancing with the Torah just moments before. We didn't have sirens, but he was dancing with the Torah when he understood that his people was in danger. The same Torah that he had embraced a moment earlier was the same Torah that sent him to put on the beautiful IDF uniform, call his commanders, call his troops, and tell them, we're going to defend our country. And when I hear about people who hide behind the Torah in order to do something against the Torah, to give up on such an important commandment, it is like spitting in my child's face and in the face of so many other soldiers. And I just want to give you a small anecdote. When he got to Zarit before the war, he was in Zarit for 5 months, and then he went to Gaza where he was killed. And someone sweet came and wanted to give him a 50 agorot, a 50-cent Israeli cent coin to give in his pocket, because he told him, look, if you're going to then give this to charity after the war, you'll be protected. And Saadia went crazy when he heard this. He said, are you looking at me right now? I am a commandment. I'm a walking, living commandment. My entire body, I'm willing to give my life in order to fulfill this commandment. You're giving me 50 agorot, 50 Israeli cents, because because these Jews are still living in diaspora sort of mindsets, and we need to let that go, because once and I'm going to talk about the law that we're now discussing, that is now about to pass. Once this law does not appeal to the ultra-Orthodox individual, but rather the state uses a mediator called the ultra-Orthodox leadership, and they are the ones who are going to decide who will live and who will die, who will study in the yeshiva and who will not, then this country, this state, it's not the government's role. They are supposed to talk to the individuals. They're not asking the religious Zionist leadership whether to pay taxes or not. It tells the individual to do so. And once we allow the ultra-Orthodox leadership to determine these laws, we are allowing this autonomy which we created. As Major General in Reserves Ben Harel said about this, which was fascinating, the state has allowed this ultra-Orthodox autonomy to exist. And if we continue along this path, that this state will keep treating the leadership, which is amorphous, which is not clear. I don't believe in sanctions. I believed with all my heart much earlier, before Saadia was killed, that before October 7th, that if October 7th will happen, that we, all my brothers, everyone I know, will run to be drafted. But their free choice is being taken away from them because they're not being treated as individuals. They are referring to the leadership. And what if they want to take part in the history of this state? They're not being asked whether they want to do that or if they want to sit on the sidelines. And that just drives me crazy. And I just want to add a request. On Thursday, we are going to have a rally from the bridge, the entrance to Jerusalem, to the Knesset. If you can come, it starts at 4. We're going to march to the Knesset. If you can come and resonate this, we are going to come from all Israeli society, all sectors of society, because this is not political. I don't use equal military service. I call it equal right, because we need to use this right. And so come, please, to this rally.
Yonatan, you established a movement of young reservists, and we hear your voice, and you've been fighting it everywhere because you're representing all of our children. And it's very important to hear from you what you're doing it and how you see things and how you see things progressing. I'd like to open and say, and look at things in a somewhat different perspective. Between the combatants and the state, there is an informal agreement, contract. We will go out and fight for the state of Israel. The leadership, those parliamentarians who are sitting and elected by us, will represent our combatants' values, the deep values of mutual guarantee and solidarity on the battlefield. In the longest war that has ever been faced by the state of Israel, and that all of us, they should never be on the side of the evaders. This contract, since they have done that, it means that they have literally neglected and they have abandoned us, the combatants. So when they send me to fight, and God knows what's going to happen in the next few days, there are leaders who are sitting. Their entire aim is to promote and push their children and grandchildren not to serve in the army, in the IDF. So what are we supposed to feel, those who are serving, the citizens of the state of Israel who are serving? What are we supposed to feel when I hear Aryeh Deri promising the yeshiva scholars that they do not have to go, when I'm actually in Lebanon and maneuvering? What should I feel? I'm supposed to actually represent the entire young generation. What do you do? You know, the Arik Einstein song, what do you do when you get up in the morning? We have proven that we get up in the morning and first of all we act for the state of Israel. Yes, there are controversies. They exist. We've got to solve them. There's no problems. I'm not being naive. I am saying yes, but we got up. We have saved the state of Israel and we are being stabbed in our backs. I have been fighting like so many others in the state of Israel over the last 2 years because I come from a bereaved family. My grandfather was killed in the Yom Kippur War. He was a tank commander and he was a true hero. And so many others were killed. I have decided to live in this country that my grandfather sacrificed his life for, and I've been fighting for the last 2 years. And my best friends, who were so different in their essence and opinions, they died for. So I want to ensure my future and my existence here. I was listening to Major General Harel The land is burning and we are losing it. We are losing this land. We cannot ensure that we will live in a blossoming, flourishing, stable country, the most beautiful one that will be able to ensure that there won't be a brain drain, then we won't actually achieve anything. It means that we have fought for nothing. So when I get up in the morning and I see my generation and I listen to it, I'm part of it, and I see this amazing, bold desire to ensure our existence and future here, it all starts with one question. Is it possible that half of the citizens of the State of Israel, the Arabs and the Haredi, will take part in that draft? Because that is their entry ticket into their existence as a state and as citizens of a state. It's not only because of where you come from and from this Zionist religious background, but you are also a man of education, a scholar, educating the future generations. And you've got quite a loud voice in favor of the actual recruiting and drafting of the Haredis. And I know how important it is, but it's very important for us to understand, actually from your standpoint, why is this draft really compulsory for the State of Israel? Well, shalom one and all. First and foremost, I believe Major General Harel spoke before that, and he said it won't work because if you just look at the figures and the statistics, it will collapse. But even from the point of view of values, we cannot actually exist if one big public, not 1 or 2%, but we're talking about 30-40% in a few years, even 50%, they're not part of that formative process, then I think it's a tragedy. I mean, I literally have tears in my eyes when you just spoke, Mrs. Lali Derai, and I'm embarrassed to talk about, after this apology, to talk about what I lost. I left a wife and 2 little children at home, and I went out to the battlefield. And there were moments where I thought that I was not, and it wasn't once or twice. I think when I was in my actual APC, I thought that it might be burned and I would die and I wouldn't come home. And yes, the intel said there's actually an assault being prepared by the terrorists, so I actually bid farewell to my family. And that was in the first round of the war. And a year later, I found myself in Lebanon with the same kind of situation. And don't forget that I'm a medium-high principal in a school in Jerusalem and 2 little children at home. I'm a teacher, Rabbi Yair Paran, and a year and a little bit ago, actually at the height when we were actually fighting in Lebanon, I felt that my whole business was collapsing. I'm not part of the school. My home is definitely falling apart. My children were coming out in sort of real panic attacks and anger attacks, and my wife was collapsing. She's in a state of desperately trying to survive, and this cannot last long term. These emergency actual commands that are sent out, edicts to actually join the army, the government can do whatever they want, whenever they want, in order to go. That's what happened on the 7th of October. That's fine. And it's good that the Minister of Defense, that he can actually call people up for an emergency call. But how long is that for? That's not for 2 years, 10 years, and it's already 2.5 years after that horrible day. It was fine on that day and for a month or 2 after it. But we are being called up for hundreds of days a year, and the actual whole economy is collapsing. The families are collapsing. And even from a value standpoint, this does not work. And so when we were talking about the Haredi lie, for my great-grandfather, I learned about my responsibility, my accountability. Rabbi Ovadia has never expressed himself in such a way. I mean, this is like being really stabbed in the back against the Zionist and general public. He never did it. Unfortunately, one of his sons is expressing themselves, and one of the people who presume to take over and are their descendants are actually speaking like that. I believe that everyone should actually be drafted. I also went to I officiated and I was sent by the rabbinical courts, and I know all the staff, and yes, I also am able to do it, and I can teach in the yeshiva. But when such an emergency takes place, every man and woman need to get up and join. So when you spoke about the women in Zionist religious sector, I believe that should also change. So in my medium high school, we actually educate the girls that they should also join and do a significant, meaningful military service. Women need to also be enlisted just like the men, because I believe that the burden should be shared just as the halacha should be shared by everyone. And I only wish that should be a leader from the Zionist actual religious sector who says that for those who are not studying actually Torah, they should go, but they do not say that. They do not say that they should be drafted. Please, if you believe that you want to be part of that, stay with us. If you don't want to, you don't serve, you shouldn't get anything else. You can go somewhere else. I don't know what, but you can jolly well leave. Because in our state, it will not exist. There's no precedent in the history of the state of Israel that one group in our society that a burden should only be on. And they should be saying that everyone else should be drafted, we will not join them. And it is their responsibility. They are accountable to stop this kind of situation. They should stand up and say, join the AFT. It has to end. And if the people in the government says it, it will happen. And there should be sanctions that will actually have a detrimental effect on their budgets. They won't be subsidized in the baby kindergartens and the clinics. This will end if this is done. And there's a Zionist majority in the Knesset. The majority is serving in the army. So what is required is that all the rest of the public should understand and solve this issue and join the army and join the ranks.
Thank you very much. You have already answered the question that I'm about to ask now, but really with one sentence. The reality is that the government is continuing to promote the existing laws. So now what? Very briefly, Ayelet. Look, he said that there are all sorts of tools that you can draft the ultra-Orthodox by, but the government has not tried to draft a single ultra-Orthodox man. They only wanted to try to go against the current law and to by the time. We heard Gafni this morning say that he's not going to listen to the Supreme Court. I have courts, I have committees, I have law. We have done everything in our power, and we also came with the most moral level, coming to say, come with us, brothers. We're not going to not allow them to keep going. We're not going to go down to them. They're going to come up to them, and all of us will go up. We must not give up. That's all I'm saying. Thank you very much. Lali, go ahead. You speak first. I still need to think. Jonathan. I'll say this very briefly. It is time to treat every Israeli citizen as one with full rights and equal duties in Israel. We cannot allow the political leadership for political short-term reasons to allow for one autonomy to be in one place and another autonomy in another. We are one nation. We fought together, and we should all be shouldering the IDF burden together, as well as the Zionist enterprise. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Do you want to say something? Yair, yes, I saw MK Yuli Edelstein come in the room, so I wanted to thank you personally, people who are willing to pay political and personal prices in order to protect us, in order to protect the Zionist population's interests is something that we need to really appreciate. People like you, elected officials who stand up for their truth, is what we need at the Knesset, which brings me back to my concluding remarks. We need to enforce the current law with no tricks up our sleeves, and this is a point of choice. If you want to serve, you get the benefits. If you don't want to, no problem, we'll do all without you, but don't get any benefits either. Someone smart once said, if they will give, they will get. If not, they won't. And I expect that to happen here too. But in addition, I want to say that at present, in the ultra-Orthodox sector, there are many organizations of people. There are Haredi Hesder yeshivas, there are pre-military academies that are ultra-Orthodox, there are people who are accompanying the ultra-Orthodox soldiers, but the Israeli government does not look at these initiatives, does not fund them, does not help them in any way. I asked the Minister of Defense to at least go visit, to at least give some form of support to the initiatives that are happening on the ground, that are successful, but that hasn't happened yet. And I think that if there is anything else that needs to be done, in addition to everything that's been said here, is to strengthen my brothers who have understood how important this is, who have understood how big the need is, and who want to take part. And the government needs to do that now, regardless of any law. Thank you very much to all of you for all that you have said. Thank you, Lior. I'm sorry, I could not hear the speaker from the audience without a microphone. I would now like to invite to the stage Member of Knesset Yuli Edelstein, former Chairman of the Knesset's Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee and a member of the Likud Party, for an interview with Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad, in direct continuation of what we just talked about. So Yuli Edelstein, the floor is yours.
טוב, קשה להתאושש מהדברים המדהימים האלה.
It is hard to come back from everything that we've heard, even though it's not the first time that I'm hearing this. And Dan Harel, I've known him for so many years. He always presents so poignantly. He is completely dedicated to saving this country. And when you hear Lali and others, everyone who sat here on this stage, you have to ask yourselves, I mean, I was in the military intelligence for many years. Had we found an Iranian plan to disintegrate this country, to take one sector of society, take it out of the labor market, take them out of the reserve duty, what would we have done? Because it's really undermining everything we stand for in this country with no justice. It's like an autoimmune disease. It's like the system is going crazy and shooting itself in the leg. Now, M.K. Edelstein, you have so much experience and such a vast perspective. How can you explain it, even before we go into the meaning of it? That's the problem, that I can't find an explanation for this, because in a nutshell, as you saw in the panel, this is a political eye that I have. What can I do after all these years? I look at the people who are sitting here, the four panelists who sat on this stage, and I say to myself, if I had to have a conference on another topic, let's say on the future of Gaza, between the four of them, they would have probably had a dispute. I know all of them personally. They are not loud or violent people, but I'm sure they would have had a very heated disagreement had we talked about the future of Gaza. Because what's the one topic that both Lali and Ayelet agree on, or both Yonatan and Rabbi Yair agree on? The matter of drafting. The one subject that should unite. That is really the most basic thing in terms of security needs, and I told Dan that I definitely agree with what he said in his opening remarks. When I was working on this law, I kept saying big concepts about shouldering the burden equally and social implications. I know all of this. I understand. We have no future without a proper drafting law. However, at present, I want to meet the IDF's security needs, and therefore I have no idea how anyone who knows as well as I do and as well as you do the existing threats, the instability, the development. We had the panel an hour ago about Iran. No one in the world can predict what will happen then, how it will evolve, and which regime, and what the regime will do when it's well armed and it's backed into a corner. And under such circumstances, to talk about, notice the difference. Now this is not a drafting law, it's a law for establishing the status of yeshiva students. What's that got to do with it? The current law is called establishing the status of yeshiva students. I can't understand it. There's no acceptable explanation. But we must find something. Why? Because we are beating our heads against the wall. I mean, if this law is passed, it's being given all sorts of strange names. And the Prime Minister, who knows the army and was in the army in an elite unit, and his brother is a hero in Israeli history. How is it that they do not understand? They must stop. As Major General in Reserves Dan Harel poignantly said, in a very focused way and very much data-driven, we are destroying ourselves. It's like self-destruction mechanisms. Excuse me, says Amos Gilad. Please do not disrupt us. How can you explain it, and where are we heading? Because this law seems to be progressing. Maybe there's hope. I'm only asking here. Look, after I was ousted from the committee, a journalist asked me on a panel, will there be a law? And I said no. And she laughed, and she said, for sure, because it's a politician's mentality. If I couldn't pass it, no one will be able to pass it. But I truly believe that they won't have this law, because there are two scenarios here. One scenario is that the current version of this law, that I too call it the avoidance or evasion law, if this will be passed, next day it will be in the High Court of Justice, it will give an interim judgment, and there's no other scenario. And even if anyone was thinking about what will the judges say, there are these judges and those judges, as I've said before on the panel. On this specific matter of the drafting law, there will not be more activists or more conservative, they will all shoot down this law. However, there's another scenario whereby this law will continue to be discussed by the committee and it will serve everyone's purposes. The ultra-Orthodox will say that their decision has not been made yet, the leadership of the ultra-Orthodox has not been given it, but they will say they will not agree to any sanction. That will be a point for a religious Zionist party to remember that it is a religious Zionist party, and perhaps the Likud before the elections will wake up and say, oh, in that case, then no, we can't continue with this law, so let's go to elections, and then it will just be convenient for everybody. For those who will say in elections, say ultimately we were willing to go the last mile and we didn't give up, and then they'll take the yeshiva students, and there's another scenario. But I don't see any scenario whereby both this law passes in Knesset and is also being upheld, and in its current version certainly there's no scenario where even a single ultra-Orthodox man will be recruited because of this law. I think this is really in contempt of the Knesset, because so many of the cabinet members don't know what this is about. As Goldknopf said, what, is there a problem? He'd never heard of it before, truly. He was saying this, in good faith. And then we discussed the Iranian threat, and we're going to attack Iran on our own, all sorts of things like that. Is there no awareness of responsibility? And the Knesset, too, it's supposed to supervise the executive, and it's actually being integrated into it, and the cabinet is integrating into it. And then they're saying, oh, we'll attack Iran, or we'll attack in Gaza, oh, complete victory. How does that all work? How do you feel? Well, I feel just like I've said. Why did I tell you at the beginning that I can't find an explanation? Because apparently, allegedly, a normal person would say this is impossible. You know what? Back in the first meeting, and by the way, Ayelet was right when she said before that even before October 7th, there were already discussions on the drafting law. And I realized that there's a need for such a discussion, and we had 2 meetings, if I remember correctly, even before October 7th about this. And in the first initial meetings, I said that I don't care about strengthening the coalition or toppling the coalition. I care about a proper drafting law. However, I also have my own opinions, I also have my own views, I can also say something political. So in one of these committee meetings, I said, I don't understand. I want to talk to people like me, who talk about Judea and Samaria, and expanding the settlements, and safekeeping them, and sovereignty. Who will we do it with? Who will we do it with if we don't have anyone to stand guard? And military people understand very well that we don't need an elite unit in most cases for this. All we need is human resources, enough manpower. People who know how to handle a rifle. There was no one to guard Beitar elite after October 7th, because there are 50,000 people there, but not a single person there served in the army. They don't know how to use rifles. So, you keep asking questions about how can we explain. Well, it's those people in the current government. The first ones who should have understood this don't. But survival, fear, biding time, that's what's happening. As for the October 7th disaster, where all the walls collapsed, you know the system inside and out, from the governmental perspective, the Knesset perspective, and the really essential supervision that is irreplaceable that the Knesset does. So, how do you view that in terms of the need for a state commission of inquiry? That still there are different statements, different opinions, we don't need it, we can just investigate, all sorts of things like that. When you go to a doctor, you say, I'm hurt. And they're saying, okay, go get an x-ray so I'll know what to give you, what medication to give you. So how do you view this from your diverse perspective? First of all, the Knesset in this matter too is facing a choice. I spoke a few minutes ago about the fact that the law probably won't come to be. Either elections will happen or there'll be a Supreme Court of Justice judgment. But if the Knesset wants to still remain dignified, I remember that the Knesset once had some dignity and could withstand and stand up against all sorts of government resolutions. You don't have to go back to Sprintzak and to years ago to remember those days. So if the Knesset wants to speak its mind, the time is now to say, we will not support this law. Never mind if I'm in the coalition or in the opposition, but it seems that it's hard for this Knesset to even wake up and remember that it's supposed to be a supervising authority, and one that sometimes goes against what the government says and not just complies with orders and adheres to orders. But I've said my opinion very often. I'm also a bit extreme and radical in this sense. When I was contacted, when I was the head of the Defense and Foreign Affairs Committee, and they suggested investigating, I said the true materials for the committee can only be given to a state commission of inquiry, because I was concerned that this inquiry will take place, this investigation will take place, and they'll say, oh, we've already looked into it, it's enough. And you know very well that in order to truly investigate, the treasure, the minutes of the Intelligence and MIA Commission that is usually secret for 70 years, but a State Commission of Inquiry can look into these materials, and that will put us an end to all of these childish disagreements. Is it the military echelon's fault, the political echelon's fault? They'll look at the minutes and they'll understand that, unfortunately, I wish all the choirs in the world would be singing in an orchestrated fashion as we all sang the tune of the deterrence. But I'll tell you, I am all in favor of a State Commission of Inquiry, but it's not easy because all sorts of people that are expressing their opinions in certain ways are making it hard for people like me to be in favor of a State Commission of Inquiry. But I'm changing my mind for one reason only. Even if I'm not excited about every judgment, every ruling, every word that's being said by a Supreme Court judge or the Attorney General, but still there is no alternative. The majority of the public, at any poll, any survey, everyone shows you that the State Commission of Inquiry should be the one to investigate this. So any other option, this kind of investigation, that other kind of investigation, is not good enough. And we need to give the people the sense that October 7th and what preceded it and what happened afterwards has been looked into thoroughly.
In continuation of what you said, very important things, but I can just see the gaps that are sort of getting bigger, just like the days, and the problem is also, I mean, we're talking about such problems really sort of escalating. So how do you see things if you're looking into the future? I think that the forecast, when we're looking, yes, is definitely tremendous challenges, especially, for example, let's talk about the Iranians. I'm not sure how things in this present crisis will develop. I mean, what came up in the panels, it definitely worries me as well, that suddenly they won't say, oh, the regime is a little weak, let's reach some kind of diplomatic agreement with them. It'll only be a reinforcement of the regime. Whether the actual regime will be toppled or not, it's a question. I heard various specialists. I had an opportunity not long ago. I was at an international conference and there were quite a few top sort of experts on the Iranian subject, and I actually went specifically to each of them and asked their opinion. But there isn't complete clarity about it at all. But as far as we're concerned, I'm saying things perhaps that are a little are perhaps sort of totally self-evident, but there is only one way to act at the moment, to be actually on our toes and ready, really in preparation should something happen. And we talk about all the various borders, and I don't think we should look for a way to escalate it all. I'm a little less optimistic about Syria because I know that everything is very fluid at the moment. It doesn't mean that we should immediately start going to fight there. I mean, but yes, we should take advantage of various opportunities, but we definitely shouldn't fall asleep on sort of sentry duty. But I think that the challenges are immense. They are really, other than intel sort of modesty. And if I'm a little pessimistic, I would like to say something positive. Our last meeting that we held was with someone very senior in the IDF, and he spoke, it was a kind of reportage, a sort of a periodical one, and he spoke about what happened on a specific day, night, whatever, not long ago, what he did. And when I summarized it, I said, for the first time after 2 years, I am leaving with a feeling that at least, yes, they have learned certain lessons from the 7th of October, from the point of view of the way we respond. And hopefully this is not a one-off situation, but rather it's going to become systemic and systematic. So with all these challenges, and if you're talking about all the reservists who are collapsing after hundreds of days in reserve, and the Bank of Israel who said we're talking about 9 billion shekels a year if this situation continues. And if we're talking about millions of dollars that need to be spent in order to build that force that we need, if it all goes for other things, I think that all of us should really prepare ourselves and say, yes, the draft law is a prerequisite. We have to be truly ready and on our guard, and whatever happens, we have to look at all the arenas. Unfortunately, we cannot lie back on our laurels. We have not reached a moment of rest. I would like to truly thank you for your steadfast stand and for your sincerity and honesty and readiness always to come and participate. Well, as long as you're the interviewer, I will always be willing to be the interviewee and come. It is an honor for me to invite Major General in Reserves Amika Norkin, a former Israeli Air Force commander and former head of the IDF Planning Directorate. Major General Norkin, as you're well known, I believe, is truly one of the best Air Force commanders. Perhaps they do not know about your amazing wisdom, if that is as well known, especially when you were in that role. You turned that amazing force of the Air Force into a true pillar of a sort of true security collaboration with countries that were it was unprecedented and unexpected. You invited me once to a conference and I was so excited. Never before have I felt that, because you were able to really unify all the forces and even connect with some of the Arab countries. And it was unprecedented. So this regional collaboration, I think, it has proved itself in defense, in assault as well. And if you could possibly tell the audience about it, could you tell us whether this has truly proved itself? Well, thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. I would like to actually refer to 2 panels that have actually stood here on the stage before me, and especially the people, for myself, who I went over the Torgerman report. On the 7th of October, there's no connection between the IDF budget and the failure. It wasn't a problem of budget or technology. It's important to say that. And of course, this is not connected to the fact that, of course, we've always had a shortage in our budget for many years, but that was not the problem, in my opinion. And secondly, the graphs that were showed, they are, yes, real time, they are correct, but they change. And they might not at all be like that in the next decades that will follow. And if you're talking about the draft, and just as member of Knesset Edelstein said, the fact that all that group in that panel about the draft sat together, I've always said that the IDF, there are tzabars and the Air Force, and always you have them from every rank and file, every part part in every sector of society, Haredi, secular, all of them go out on the same missions together. There are 600 Haredi women who work in the IDF. And as Lali said, there are dozens of projects. There are so many things that they are doing, and there are Haredi soldiers who are serving in the Air Force proudly. So yes, we have to solve this problem. The argument and basically the quarrel is about the method, but I believe that there is hope, and you should never present things in a black and white manner. There is a term that perhaps isn't developed enough amongst us because we're a young country as yet, and that's called military diplomacy. I mean, you've dealt in that field for many a year, and we took it and translated it into some kind of sentence that perhaps packages everything together, and that is aerial supremacy as a bridge to regional sort of peace. In other words, they will be able to fulfill political and national interests. At the moment, we need our intelligence collaborations with these various countries, and there's a very nice game of the various vested interests with other navies, but also because of the Air Force, because of its capability, is able to fly from one place to another very easily, also has this kind of regional collaboration. And at this time, we will mark the date when Israel became part of CENTCOM, because over the years we were defined as sort of a part of the way. It was more the European command of Europe, but President Trump in his first term of office decided that Israel should be moved to this central command, and thus opened the entire Eastern Front. So under this CENTCOM umbrella, we actually managed to really promote collaborations with so many other military forces in the Middle East. And in those days, it was a sort of hot issue. In those days, we're talking about the Houthi attacks on the Emirates. We're talking about cruise missiles and suicidal attacks during those days in Saudi Arabia and in the Emirates. So the first destination, the first objective was to help our area to actually manage to cope with the explosive UAVs and these other cruise missile attacks. So alongside this, a kind of regional alliance was developed where people were assisting, countries were assisting each other beyond the borders of the State of Israel, which enabled various learning processes and readiness processes to actually evolve. So during the Iranian attacks on Israel, there were about 700 various cruise missiles and explosive UAVs that were sent to Israel. Some of them were intercepted by others. Some of them were the Brits, the Americans, but there were others who participated. And we're talking about others that were intercepted by our Air Force, other than in two cases where one UAV did actually manage to penetrate the borders of the State of Israel, or one cruise missile. But that just shows this diplomacy, this diplomatic kind of process that created collaboration and a sense of security, because these were national level collaborations. Can you explain how beyond these things that are very important and not fully in our the public's aware, how the Air Force achieves such amazing accomplishments? I mean, really, we're talking about work of generations. What were the lessons in addition to that were learned? Not tactical ones, of course, not specific ones from the war, but because what you feel has been learned. And if we're talking about the annulment, the cancellation or of the QME or not, and how suddenly Egypt has fallen into the hands of the Muslim Brotherhood. Yes, definitely. I was sitting in various conferences where you sort of were the main speaker and you were leading these discussions, and there was always a lot of skepticism about whether we have the capability to significantly hit out at people like the Houthis. And I think that what was achieved, and we should never rest on our laurels, because I think that the technical setup and division of the Air Force really should be deeply commended for it. And everything was working, and this is something that you cannot take for granted, and everything and all this foreign collaboration was working. And this is, yes, this is the fruit of work that was truly done with military professionalism for over 10 years. But I'd like to say that we should, yes, like member of Knesset Edelstein, we have to work as professionally as we have been doing, but in a humble way. But our success is not ensured. I think when we look at the graph of the preparation for that event, one of the most significant things that you can call perhaps a game changer was the toppling of the Syrian regime. And that topple and the IDF's decision to destroy the Syrian army within 40 hours of that happening opened up for Israel an aerial corridor from Israel to Iran. And that enabled us to fly in the Syrian airspace with confidence at a height, and even the refueling in the air of our planes. Airplanes that could not have actually reached Iran were able to reach it. So the translation of all that is that any day you can actually, in any and every day, you could attack more actual targets. So if you're just talking about, if you follow the Rising Lion campaign, then you can see how these specific actual nuclear targets were also hit. And other ones, when we knew that those adaptation to the Jews' strategic situation in the Middle East was, of course, something that I'm very proud of all those officers who led that in the Air Force and in our general staff. Now, we are fighting for our relative competitive edge that has held us and contained us since the inception of the State of Israel. So if we're now talking about the legislation and the QME, we received the F-15 in 2006, and that opened an enormous gap. It gave us that added value that, and then afterwards the F-16, and it actually retained our supremacy. And then we got the F-36. We are the only one that actually is activating the F-36 in the Middle East. But it cannot remain as such, because it cannot remain forever. So at some point we have to understand is what is the next step, that even if there is talk of things happening, how can we retain our aerial supremacy? And therefore there's a lot of political diplomacy that has to actually work and be discussed so that we can retain those capabilities that, yes, some that we're manufacturing here, but other ones it could be collaborations in space, in intel, in our military industries that would retain it, because that is incumbent upon us. We have to retain it for the generations to come, that supremacy. And now a rather current affairs question. Other than the commander of the Air Force, you also worked in the programming and the strategic department as well. You have all those talents. What do you say about the situation in Iran? I mean, this is not a professional recommendation. The only thing I can say that my great-grandparents came from Iran on foot and came to Rosh Hashanah. That's the only thing I can say about it. But we hear on the news about something that is happening there, that it is unprecedented in the modern age in Iran. And as I said, I recommend that we should sit on edge, ready to act, but quietly. So have you got any kind of recommendation, sort of super recommendations? You were in the Nugget and other, and the Torjaman committees. Is there anything that you can tell us if you look at a compass? What would you sort of see in the future? And could you define that for us? I think that in any way possible, first and foremost, we have to look after our people. We spoke about people, if we're talking about the sharing of the burden, not only in the regulars, but the reservists. And we have reached a sort of situation when we're talking about our personnel, the situation is not good. If you want Israel to retain its flourishing, burgeoning, and top class and the supremacy and ability and top quality, but in order for that to happen, there are certain requisites. There has to be a track that enables people, and people shouldn't feel when every month they get on their wages a little notice that their pension structure is not insured. They get that little notification on their pension tags. So that shouldn't be happening. They want to ensure their future here. But the spirit, the morale, must be something that we should promise to people of top quality, that they should be able to serve in the IDF and in the security forces in such a way so that all the other components of a flourishing country would take place. And that is the number one challenge by far of the IDF. Look after their personnel. And I saw that there's a multi-annual notification for the IDF, a program called Choshen, and everything that we mentioned in the media was people, the personnel. And I was thrilled to see it, because that hasn't happened before, because they need that kind of consolidation, the unification of our public, and we want our youngsters of 24 and 25s, we want them to really become commanders of brigades and battalions and divisions, so that, because that's the IDF that we need. I think we could have talked till kingdom come, but really, unfortunately, we have to conclude. So thank you very much.
Major General Reserves Norkin, Major General Reserves Amos Gilad, thank you very much. And now we are going to move on to something different, but of course this also has to do with national resilience. I am inviting Itzik and Talik Gvili, parents of Master Sergeant Ran Gvili, the last hostage remaining in Gaza. Only Itzik will be on the stage today. Thank you for joining us. Itzik, we know each other very well, of course, having worked together in the family HQ. Please take us to Rani's story on October 7th. How is it that a police officer with a fractured shoulder, a dislocated shoulder rather, goes and goes out to help on October 7th. Well, first of all, hello everyone. Rani's story, I'll start it 8 days before October 7th. One of his hobbies is driving in all sorts of vehicles, outdoor terrains, and he also used to ride a motorbike, and he had an accident, dislocated his shoulder, and he was supposed to have surgery. On October 7th at 6:30, we live in Meitar in the south of Israel. I have 3 children. Omri is my eldest, who's also a police officer, currently in the officer training course. Shira, my youngest daughter, and Rani is my middle child. What happened was that we woke up. We live in Meitar, as I've said. We woke up hearing booms, not understanding what's happening. We turned on the TV. We saw orange screens, terrorists in Sderot, in the kibbutzim. We couldn't believe it. It was surreal. Of course, all of Israel saw this. And I woke Rani up, and 5-6 minutes later, I see him already wearing his uniform. Where are you going? I asked. Well, what do you think? I'm going to leave my friends to fight on their own? His answer was just the answer that he gave me. I'm not going to leave my friends out there fighting on their own. But I said, you have a broken shoulder, a fractured shoulder. What are you going to do? And he just does this with his arm, that if he can use his weapon, he'll use his weapon. And, he was just trying to make me not feel worried. Rani took my car, goes to his military unit, takes the equipment necessary. There were 7 of them who were supposed to go to the Nova Festival to fight. They got stuck at the entrance to Kibbutz Alumim, where right at the entrance to Alumim, a person who says he is a Guy Madar, he is the commander of the battalion, and he saves their lives, because anyone who had moved on towards Be'eri from Alumim was just killed. There were dozens of terrorists, and Alumim is 122 terrorists at the entrance to the kibbutz. At some point, they fired at one another. An Israeli car with terrorists inside, 4 terrorists inside, comes. They check it. They identify them as terrorists. They fire at them. They kill 3, and the car goes off towards Tzah Junction. Guy goes into his car, and Rani goes to Guy's car. They don't know one another. They had no previous familiarity with one another, but he didn't want Guy to drive alone. They get to the Saad petrol station at the entrance to the kibbutz, and there were over 100 people from the Nova Festival, who were injured and got stuck there at Saad Junction. From there, they help them all get to safety. They put them on cars and they sent them off towards Netivot. They didn't want anyone going north towards Kfar Aza and all of those areas. And they saved almost 100 people that way. Rani then got a phone call from his friends who remained in Alumim, and they said, we're getting shot at, please come back and help us. And he said to Guy, let's go back. He didn't know Guy, but he said, let's go back to Alumim. And then we asked Guy is alive, thank God. And we said, why did you go back? And he said, listen, I'm 35 years old. I'm a father of 5 children. I'm a colonel in reserves. Your son was only a sergeant, but he gave me the orders. I was his chauffeur. But instead of stopping at Alumim entrance where they were at the beginning, everything gets heated, smoke, fire, and they go into this inferno. There's a GoPro video. You see their car driving, and the terrorists fire at them. At that point, they both get injured. Guy gets hit in the ankle. Rani gets hit in the knee and hand. He gets hit twice by 2 bullets, and the whole car is being really shot at. 3 minutes later, an RPG hits the car, and they are in the bushes at this point. Guy asks Rani, he said he didn't care that he was being shot, he didn't care about being injured. All he wanted was water, he was thirsty. And Rani takes out his water, gives it to Guy, and Guy leaves him there. Rani remains on his own. At this point, when he remains alone, he reports back to his friends where he is in the bushes, gives them his location, and tells them, be careful, 4 cars with terrorists in them is heading your way. He gives them all the reports and also treats himself medically, giving himself a tourniquet because of his wounds. And my eldest, Omri, called him while he was in the bushes on his own. Omri called him to ask him about a friend, Omri's friend who was killed, a police officer who was killed in Ofakim, Michael Lizmi, and nobody wants to tell Omri anything because it's his best friend. So he said, I'll call Rani, I'm sure Rani knows. And Rani was in the bushes on his own. And Rani's answer, he said, Omri, is it urgent? I can't talk to you right now. And he said, what do you mean urgent? Where are you? And he said, I'm fighting terrorists in Alumim. And Omri describes it as if he's saying, are you okay? And he said, I was hit in my arm and leg, I'll call you back, I'm fine. Okay, send me a location, I'll come get you. Nothing. 3 minutes later, he calls him again. Rani tells him, Omri, they're right above my head, I can't talk, and he puts down the phone. The terrorists are all around him. He fires at them. He doesn't wait. He kills over 14 terrorists until he runs out of bullets. And from then on, they defeat him. He is taken. We don't know anything. For 3 days, we hear nothing. We search everywhere for information. All we know is that we can't be contacted. And after 2 weeks, the police comes to us and tells us that he has been taken, that he is in Gaza. And in January 2024, January 30th, we got a knock on the door. They had a committee and they declared that he has fallen. Since then, there have been hostage deals, they have all returned, and Rani is currently the last remaining hostage in Gaza. This is what we've been living with. And unfortunately, we are still living October 7th. You've all forgotten all about it, but we're still living it. Itzik, I have to say, I know the story so well, but every time I hear it, it is just so moving. I have chills down my spine hearing about his great heroism, what a great hero he is. Just a few weeks ago, you were at Mar-a-Lago in the United States. You met President Trump and the US leadership. What did you hear from them? And what are you expecting the administration and the government with Hamas lying and biding time? So yes, it's true. We returned on Friday 2 weeks ago from the United States. We met with President Trump. He looked us in the eye. He really talked to us, President Trump and Witkoff and Kushner. And he said, I'm going to bring you your son back no matter what. You're getting your son back, and I'm going to make it happen. He really had tears in his eyes, I must say. And we were welcomed so warmly, and they spoke to us. Now, when the US president tells you he's going to get your son back, what am I going to say? Disagree with him? And it's Trump, he's crazy. So, it was very moving. And we're praying. Listen, today is day 830 that Rani has been in Gaza, held hostage by Hamas. He's the last remaining hostage. You're the last remaining hostage family. How are you grappling with this difficulty? And how is the Israeli public? How can the Israeli public help you keep contending with this until Rani comes home? Well, first of all, as I've said, we are still living October 7th. But I want to tell you, honestly, that we have been embraced by the Israeli people, by everyone, right wing, left wing, everyone is embracing us. And it's amazing because I keep saying Rani has united everyone. No one argues anymore. It's about this, there are no fights, no disagreements, and that really makes us feel so much better to be getting all the support. How do we contend? We don't want to be Ron Arad or Golden and take 11 years for Rani to come home. We need to fight. We need to keep talking about him and remembering him. He must never stop being on the agenda because he's my son, but he's your child. When he went out of the house on October 7th, he saved people. He saved others. He saved the whole kibbutz. If those 122 terrorists that he stopped would have gone on to go into kibbutz Alumim, they could have also gotten all the way to Tel Aviv. What would have happened then? He really was our national hero, and just like he saved others, we need to save him. So all of you, please talk about him, tell his story. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for much. Final question to you, Itzik. We talk a lot about the US administration, President Trump, your meeting with him, but what do you expect from the Israeli government? Because at the end of the day, it is the Israeli government's responsibility. We are citizens of the state of Israel, so what do you expect the Prime Minister to do to make sure that Ran comes home? Well, again, it's the same thing. The Prime Minister himself says he's committed to us, behind closed doors and everywhere else, that he will bring Rani home. We have met him several times, and it's the same thing. We were given the same answers from him. Rani will come home. We're doing everything we can. And I'll tell you more than that. I know that they're doing a lot. I know that actions have been taken. I don't want to go into them. Everyone here is in the defense establishment, so I can't say more than that. I don't need to say more than that. I know that soldiers are working hard at it. I meet with them. They're all doing so much. But Hamas is lying to us. They know where he is. If they wanted, they could get him out. And we really need to keep pressuring them. There's nothing else to do but keep fighting. I don't know. I don't know anything about security. I'm not a politician either. I'm just a simple Israeli citizen, but we need to bring my son back home. I think there's no one in this hall or in this country who doesn't think that this is the biggest moral national mission to bring Rani back home. We owe it to Rani. We owe it to you as a family. Talik is traveling to the United States, which is why she's not here with us today. And it's very important that she go there. And we're with you for as long as you need us and for whatever you need. Thank you very much. We do need you.
Thank you very much. There couldn't be anything as drastic a move from what we've just heard to now to something totally different. It's the US-Israel Strategic Alliance. I'm going to invite Mr. Gil Tamari to be our moderator, and Professor Eitan Gilboa from the Sami Offer School of Communications, Reichman University Center on Public Diplomacy, Dr. Ambassador Danny Ayalon, former Israeli ambassador to the US, former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Shai Hautzvi, and Dr. Shira Efron, the Distinguished Israel Policy Chair, Senior Fellow at the RAND Corporation, US. The floor is yours. Mr. Gil Tamari, the Chief International News Editor and Commentator. Well, we've been given 30 minutes, and so we're going to try and do it as interestingly as possible. It's a bit like a sort of table tennis game, but we've got such distinguished participants because it's a very dramatic day, because in a few hours President Trump is going to sit with the National Security sort of forum, and we're going to hear and really hear some amazing issues if we're talking about ballistic missile sites being attacked in Iran, and we're talking about sort of high pine trees as compared to our little pine trees. But here we're talking about cyber attacks and other attacks that the United States can actually perpetrate against Iran. But from our acquaintance with President Trump, I would like your opinion in perhaps one sentence. Will there be an American attack on Iran? Eitan, if you could start. Well, can I say something about Trump and Iran today? I can't, one really can't know, to say it. You're talking about an enormous pitch of activities that could take place. The chance of, I believe, a military campaign, a military attack, I think are very small, because there's a kind of momentum. And the regime has waited 2 weeks, and they have exhausted the actual the sort of protest every day. How long can they go on for when they are losing sometimes hundreds and thousands a day? So as long as time passes, I believe that President Trump will tend to do things that are not military campaigns. Okay, let's stop with that. Shai, do you agree with what he just said? Well, I think that President Trump has crossed the Rubicon. He saw what happened in Fordow and Venezuela as well now. He did it very quickly. So, yes, perhaps he's fallen in love with these successful, pinpointed assaults and attacks. But this is a different event. But I think from the state of mind, yes, he's there. But does Trump understand that this is not the same kind of event? Well, I think that people are saying to them, what are you attacking, and how can you ensure will this attack actually bring about the wished-for result? Sorry. I think that ultimately we're closer to a yes rather than a no. I believe that in the next few weeks we're closer to a yes than a no. Danny, when should we go into the shelters tonight when you hear these answers? My answer is very simple. It depends. And it doesn't matter on the world dynamics and everything, but in my opinion, because what is happening actually in the administration and what isn't, Rubio is in the favor, and Vance is against an attack. So I believe that what could be very disturbing for them is that if the Iranians say we are ready now for negotiations, I believe that yes, the attack might might be postponed. But he doesn't have, it's not just sort of trying to drag out time. I think he has to say, listen, an ultimatum, we have to, within a week, at the most 2, reach all these agreements. Well, all of us are a little sort of somewhat cowardly. I agree with Eitan. It really depends on what's happening in Iran. And if we see that they've exhausted the actual demonstrations, but if he can really eliminate, get rid of it, and the enrichment program, if he can really say, oh, I'll achieve that. But on the other hand, if they present his assault as really low chances, depends how they're presented, then he might not do that, he might do something else. I think that the headlines about Iran, President Trump was supposed to announce about the Peace Council that might in the future take over and substitute the United Nations. They'll be able to solve conflicts in the world. I mean, I would like to start with you, Shira. I believe that the actual discussions are really sort of being accelerated about all this. So even this week, we're supposed to be able to hear about and see the establishment of this council. Look, yes, we're talking about the President Trump talking about in the United Nations, saying that he wants to close down the United Nations and to turn the headquarters of the United Nations into a condominium. By the way, that you can already see that there are various things, but they're continuing to promote the 20-point program and the Moabit plan. So a team from Tel Aviv, an American team from Israel, the Americans who've been living in Israel for 3 months already, they're supposed to actually fly out and decide on the Board of Peace, sorry, not the Council of Peace. It's going to be called the Executive Board. In other words, we have all of this in Gaza. What will then happen when we do have those? Well, at the moment, they're declaring the various structures, but we haven't actually got content in these structures, so we haven't actually got a table of contents about what's going to happen. We haven't got international forces, so we believe they're going to actually declare the structures, and that will create the momentum, and then they'll go to Davos next week, and then money, but we can't see the Europeans or the Arabs who are supposed to be financing it, mostly being called up to the flag, really committing themselves as yet. But yes, it's very possible that this will gather momentum and create it. So I would say that these achievements could be pretty amazing. Should we actually hold our breath and hope that somehow Hamas will evaporate thanks to this American quite grandiose policy? I mean, you know, prima facie, this is pretty impressive, the blueprint of it. I think that, listen, I think in contrast to the talk about a military campaign in Iran, he's presented himself as someone who ends wars, and he wants to be a Nobel Prize laureate. And he didn't receive it, but one never knows. He might not. So everyone wants to know when we reach phase 2 in Gaza. And I think that yes, there are already various things that are connected to phase 2, and that's the opening, for example, of Rafah passing. And there's another one in the Sultan area. Trump is looking at everyone with the glasses of a real estate person. And he wants to create all sorts of phenomena. He wants some kind of sort of an exemplary kind of neighborhood, something as an example. And that's Hamas promised them destruction and death. I'm going to build them beautiful condominiums, but the problem is that it won't be only internal Azatis, Gaza inhabitants who are going to live in those condominiums. It's going to be Hamasniks as well. Now, so if you sort of, I think outwardly, Trump and Bibi seem to be best buddies ever, but in fact, the strategy of President Trump is not always interwoven with Israel's strategy. So the question is, how treacherous is this? How dangerous is? The short answer is, it's dangerous. The last meeting in Mar-a-Lago was very good for Netanyahu, but not as good for the sake of the entire country of the State of Israel. The train has already left the station vis-à-vis a settlement in arrangement in Gaza. But there's a kind of internal struggle between the Americans, who are more hawks like Rubio. Don't forget, he's also the national security advisor, but he's also the minister of foreign affairs. So he would prefer that IDF does that. But on the other hand, you've got the business people, especially Kushner and Witkov, who want the program to be implemented, even if the Hamas is not dismantled. They want to see money. Trump is the one who will decide. Bibi is less important here in this whole issue. At the moment, the Israeli policy, by the way, it's unprecedented. It's never happened before. If we're talking about the presidential relations with this prime minister, at the moment, we are doing what Trump says. It's no longer whether we agree or not. So when our airplanes go off, they are off on their way to Iran, and President Trump says, bring them back, they're brought back. So if you're talking about, if he says, no, we're not having a Riviera in Gaza, so it's no. Even Smotrich took steps back, and they align themselves. Trump will decide ultimately. If he decides that we're moving to phase 2, then we will move to phase 2. So Shai, this wonderful idea of our Prime Minister in the interview to talk to actually slowly but surely reduce the assistance from the United States every year gradually, which hasn't happened as yet because we keep getting another billion and another billion. Perhaps that's the idea. Israel, will it long last actually find itself being independent, and they will not turn their airplanes around if President Trump tells them to. I think that if President Trump says X, Y, or Z, not only will we not get the money, but look, you have to understand that the American administration, America, is a pillar, a cornerstone in their general and indirect assistance to the State of Israel is something very, very significant, even from the point of view of the Republicans and the Democrats in their investments. You'll see, if you look at should Israel stop this assistance? Maybe one day, but you really need to work in a very organized, systematic manner. I believe that Israel manufacturing F-35s by themselves, etc., and standing sort of independently. Don't forget that President Trump hasn't actually been serving as president for more than a year out of his 4-year administration. It's just the beginning. All sorts of things could happen. But when we hear a statement of the Prime Minister, do you believe that perhaps President Trump said, I'm not going to help you with foreign assistance. Maybe you could find a way of climbing off and getting down off that tree in a sort of without losing one's honor kind of thing. But it will stop. Look, President Trump has decided that you are moving to phase 2. if you're talking about the depth of the presence, if you talk about that and the actual depth of the demilitarization, but there isn't enough money. It's all very well. If President Trump doesn't give that money, then there isn't money to develop that Riviera kind of thing. The decision has been made, and now there are other players, and let's see what happens. I believe that it was in the Jewish Insider, it was written, it was reported that President Trump was actually surprised by Netanyahu's declaration. There might be a discourse in the State of Israel that Trump does not want to give money. And if we all know Ron Dermer, that when he was in a research institute in Washington, when he said that we need to slowly but surely stop our dependence on this American assistance. But I mean, if you look at all this, it's not definitely, what is exactly happening, but we really need to understand what is happening in the States, and the public there is against this assistance to the States, but we do need to supply what we really, really are in need of, and less the money. That, in other words, they should continue giving us the military support that we need, for example. Do you think we'll be able to get by without the security assistance? Yes, but the way it's being done is very, very dangerous, because they haven't actually checked the options. Okay, let's say you don't want the military assistance kind of thing, but hey, but you need something instead of that, and in order to do that, you need teams and real preparatory work. You need to be prepared for that, and you need to really start climbing up the hill rather than staying on a plateau and thinking what is going to happen kind of thing. You've got to really do some homework, like, for example, some kind of defense alliance or some kind of intel technological sort of alliance that we really need assistance in. But just some kind of headline, we are detrimentally affecting the national security of the State of Israel. It's not irreversible. We could. But I believe that Netanyahu has truly complicated the picture that is actually like a double-edged sword. But maybe in a decade's time, he won't be the prime minister. No, he thinks he's going to be prime minister in 20 years' time, too. No, but I'd like to put it in more of an internal American context. The various assistant agreements end in 2028. It's every 10 years. So in 2028, it ends, but there's a new one that has to be negotiated so that we will have it for an entire decade. But there's a problem, because if you sign an agreement like that, but every year the Congress needs to actually approve that allocation. So if you look at the Congress, we've already lost that bipartisan support. Why did we lose it? That's a different issue, because in each of the supports, in the Republicans and Democrats, there is a kind of struggle over the soul of the actual party. Some of them are progressive lefts, and others are decentrists. So you have to think about the use of the word assistance. I think, at least in the last 20 years, when you give assistance, you don't actually expect to give anything in return. But we do. We give them immense things in return. We're talking about doctrines of warfare. We're talking about various American experiments that we carry out, or experiments on American equipment, and so many other things. We need to do it with a completely different infrastructure. There should be strategic relations that are based, that America gives something, the equipment, the army. I mean, there are no supplies at the moment. We need those supplies. We really need need the new ones. But we have to, in accordance, quantify what we are giving in return and these ties. In the coming November, something big is going to happen in the States. We keep talking about President Trump, but there's going to be a referendum about his policy, and perhaps even those anti-Israeli trends that we see in both parties. We might actually perhaps be prepared to see a different America with different foreign ties between them and us. But at the moment, our condition, our situation in the States, if you're talking about the public opinion, you're really talking about having reached out to the public root, to the grassroots. So we really have to change immense things. Israel must really be seen as a completely different, with completely different policies and a different image than we are seen as and as we are. So now we need, at the moment we find ourselves in a tremendous deficit. So a real democratic state with all the real separation of the various arms of power, the judicial one and the legislative one, etc., etc. And we also have to look at a separation from the Palestinians. These things, if we work on these things, we could see a complete change in the picture. So there are things that we could actively do in America. Look, we can learn from Qatar. They know how to work here and they know how to work in the United States. So in that same framework, you have to take companies, lobbyist companies in the United States, and there's some pretty strong ones. I can give a list to the Foreign Ministry. So that at the same time you see how you do public diplomacy for the sake of Israel. Yes, so if you're talking about separating from the Palestinians, I doubt if that's going to happen. But what's going to happen without it? Can we actually rehabilitate Israel's actual status with the present government, with the present situation, from your knowledge and with the Americans?
It's not just my knowledge, it's knowing both sides, especially the Republicans and the young generation. The young generation in the top Ivy League universities are going to be the staffers in Congress and perhaps the congressmen and women. So perhaps a change is happening, and hopefully it's not still decided, the fact that we're separating from the Palestinians, not just because we want to maintain Israel as a Jewish, democratic, safe country, the dream of Zionism, etc. We can keep talking about that, but without that, I think that it will be very difficult for us to recover. I was in the United States just a few days ago, and I met a friend, a Jewish woman, a lecturer at UCLA, and she said something that she's coming to Israel for a bat mitzvah. And she said she hasn't told anyone on campus that she's coming to Israel, because coming to Israel, she'll be blamed for supporting genocide. Now that the war is already over. So really the situation is catastrophic. So we do need the changes that Danny is talking about. But in the next 3 years, with Trump still in office, we have a way to show that we are an asset. We're talking about the Department of War. Hagseth, he said, Israel is an ally. We like to help those who help themselves. Israel has shown that it can help herself, and they're like the police policing the region. And if we can show to the United States that we do, they want us to do too much, by the way, but they don't want us spoiling their plans. But if we're going to do things and remain in a good order, and for them to be able to focus on what they want to, and they're talking about the Golden Dome, the Golden Bin, there's all sorts of assets, and Israel really is an asset for U.S. assets. Thank you, Shira. We have less than 3 minutes, so we started with a gamble and we'll end with a gamble. In days, if this were normal routine times, if we didn't have Iran, another thing that we would have talked about as a gamble, would not at the end of the panel, would have been, will there be normalization normalization in Saudi Arabia. So what do you think, Shai? I think that we are very far now from the chances of normalization. It's not as if it's not possible, but we have taken a few steps back for several reasons. First of all, MBS's demand to have some sort of prospect for the Palestinians. The second thing is everything that during Biden's time they were supposed to get back, to get an exchange for normalization, whether it's weapons, nuclear, an agreement. He's getting all of this from Trump anyway. And if you look at it from a regional perspective, Saudi Arabia is strengthening its ties with Turkey, Pakistan, and other countries against the UAE. So there are many moves that are more internal and regional that I think that are making a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia less likely. There will be no normalization so long as the current government remains in office. I agree. I want to ask about that. 2028, Trump will be president again. That's a very interesting story because some say that he can even go for a third time. Why? Because when they talk about 2 terms in office, they need to be consecutive. Now, in all of American history, Trump is unique in many ways, in many areas. I am a researcher. I talk about theory and history, and it doesn't work with Trump because he always goes against all the laws and all the rules. Only one American president was not elected for a second term in office, waited 4 years, and was then elected again. Cleveland in the end of the 19th century. And that's interesting. Will he be elected for a third time? Alan Dershowitz is now writing an entire book proving that yes. Why 2 consecutive terms in office? And another trick that Pence will be the candidate for the Republicans. He'll be a kind of straw. He'll be his deputy, and then Pence will resign, just like in Russia, and Trump will once again be president. So that's a huge hope for Republicans, a nightmare for Democrats. Well, perhaps a big hope for Israel, because all the polls have shown that Trump is very popular in Israel, just like he says he's even more popular in Israel than he is in the United States. So thank you very much for being here with us. Just one moment. Thank you all very much. We will see you at the Herzliya conference on June 29th and 30th. Please drive home safely. Thank you all for coming. There are some refreshments outside. Bon appetit.